Audio test for our live stream.
And I have a job to do. It didn't happen.
Okay, you ready? I'm ready. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
All right. Welcome back to our October 19th, day 2 of our retreat here in Medford for the Board of Forestry. And for the record, I'm Jim Kelly and serve as chair of the board. Given our informality, I'll ask once, not do a roll call, but once again, ask our board members to introduce themselves.
I'm Carla Chambers, from Corvallis, farmer and food processor.
Yeah.
I'm Carla Chambers, a board member, organic farmer and food processor from Corvallis.
Chandra Fry, board member from Salem. Good morning, Lizak Powa, board member from Medford, Oregon, Rogue Valley.
Good morning, Ben Doimling, board member from Rickrell, Oregon.
Brenda McComb, board member from Philomath.
And for the record, Joe Justice, board member from LeGrand, is not here. So, right. We are again, as is yesterday, this is a planning retreat. No formal decisions will be made and no public comment will be available. We are live streaming this event on YouTube. So for those online in the room, I will provide you, as usual, with a few reminders. Silent cell phones and if we can, limit background noises. Pulling out my cell phone. Okay. And for those joining remotely, if you need to step away, mute and disable your video. If anyone experiences technical issues, whether in this room or online, speak up during the retreat or reach out via the Zoom chat and our hosts will do their best to help. Everyone participating today, please state your name before providing commentary using the available microphones. With some of our guests being in person and others joining remotely, we will do our best to honor breaks and announce our times when reconvening or adjourning the retreat. All right. Our first order of business is a discussion on our update of our strategic plan, our new vision process. And I just want to bring us all up to date with where we are. This process is different from what has been done before with the forestry program for Oregon, which was owned by the board. And this time we chose to have a product that would be owned by both the department and the board. So that's really a pretty radical departure, and I think a great one. And then the other, what has been happening is that we formed a subcommittee, which I am not on, thank God. Yeah, pretty busy being chair, so it's great not to, because this has just been a tremendous amount of work for the folks that are on this. And I participated in the last meeting, first meeting I did participate in, and there's just been great work done. And it's obviously, it is hard work to get us to this point, but looking at it, already where we're at is a huge improvement over the document that we had before, which was so long and challenging for anybody to digest. And so I think we're much closer to something that was really important to me, that we have something that could be a living document that's actually used, particularly by ODF staff at different levels. So, and I think we need to keep, as we have this conversation, with that real focus on will this document get used, and how do we make it speak to the people who are, doing the work out there? So anyhow, and it's from what I witnessed, it's not easy. It's been contentious on some points, and I think we still have some issues to deal with that are that are really tough ones. And I think there's a tendency to sometimes water down the language and not give real clear direction. And I think we need to keep reminding ourselves we do have a job here, to really speak clearly, at a policy level, so that Cal and the rest of the department, knows where we stand, without us, stepping beyond into the operational world. And so I think we've still got work to do on this. Anyhow, I'm excited about where we are, and ready to turn this over. Cal, do you have any opening comments?
Thanks, Jim. I think you handled them pretty well, but I also want to thank the subcommittee and the board and people on my staff for the hard work they've put into this. And what I want people to understand, that coming out of today, we need to have a common understanding, acceptance, support of the concepts in this plan. I mean, we don't have to do this wordsmithing. We might get there, but we need to discuss what's in this plan right now, the concepts, and kind of get ourselves around it. That can we have, what I call, common understanding, acceptance, and support. And I wanted to put out there that, this old saying, and I would live by this, that the perfect is the enemy of good. So, keep that in mind as you discuss this. I mean, you may have this perfect view of things, but sometimes we just need to get to good. And I know people say you should always strive for perfection, but if you do that, you're going to be crazy. And we won't meet the deadline for the June for the governors. I mean, that's reality. And we won't have the discussions by arguing about polarized ideas, unless it's something so essential to your personal life and your being involved with this word. I think, or the organization, I think let's try to stay away from the perfect. Let's try to get good. So work together, understand each other, listen, and I think we'll have a great day.
You just want to also reflect, we had a great day yesterday. And so I think we need to, with all those ideas about tribal engagement, fresh in our minds, be addressing that as well with this specific document in mind as we move ahead today. And with that, I'll turn it over to Robin, our facilitator.
Thank you, Chair. And for the record, Robin Harkless with Oregon Consensus. I think we need to do a roll call of everyone around the table at this point. So we'll check in with our ET folks. I'm just going to turn to my left.
Good morning, Kyle Abraham. I serve as the Deputy State Forester.
Carla Chambers, board member.
Just pass it.
Okay, Cal McMoto, State Forester.
Jessica Butler, Internal Auditor.
Mike Kroon, Deputy Division Chief, Forest Resources.
Good morning, Don Everingham, Northwest Oregon Area Director.
Joy Krasik, Public Affairs Director.
Good morning, Brent Grimsher, Chief Information Officer.
Good morning, Dave Larson, Southern Oregon Area Director.
James Short, Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning, Mike Wilson, State Forest Division Chief. Good morning, Mike Shaw, Chief of Fire Protection.
Thank you. And we obviously have a few folks visiting this morning. Ryan Gordon, hopefully will be joining us a little bit later. I know Ryan Greco, I wanted to give a shout out to. He's been part of the subcommittee working on this vision. So just a few folks that aren't here, but have definitely been very engaged in this process and instrumental to where it's at today. So with that, I just want to, I want to set the frame for the day and really kind of recap in some ways and echo what some of the opening comments from our chair and from the state forester about this work. The subcommittee on your behalf has engaged in very important and complex conversations to set a course. It meets the moment and looks ahead at the future of forests and forest management in Oregon. They wrestled alongside you the idea of being bold, of the realities of constant and rapid change in our systems, putting a statewide lens on policy, on the collective needs of Oregonians and Oregon forests, as well as the unique places, both geographically and socially, that make up the fabric of the state. Not surprisingly, there were no easy answers, and the struggle to seek balance in all of the multitudes continues. Not going to be resolved in this document, for better or worse. That being said, the subcommittee has developed over this past year an honest reflection of trying to hold all of those complexities and attempting to be clear in intent and direction. So the body of work for review today is that sort of comprehensive view. It includes an introduction that sets the intentions and acknowledges the context that we're all working within. It establishes a set of high altitude goals and strategies, and there are additional references and resources to offer more context or meaning for this vision. And there's much more to come in 2024 and beyond to concretize these concepts into action and implementation. So we will hear at the end of today's session about what those next steps will be. This is a really important juncture. And as Cal, I think, said, really trying to affirm alignment and direction, recognizing there may be some still points of uncertainty that we'll need to come back and discuss. And so if we need to do that, we can come back in January to sort of really tie up some loose ends on this high level vision. And that really sets the course for the implementation planning of the next year, the next cycle of work. Today, you're going to hear from the subcommittee on each section, as well as some of the remaining questions. We were calling them holes last week. I call them questions that they really feel the board needs to take up as you proceed. And I will just acknowledge that one of the overarching questions that has been at play this whole time, but really came forward and emerged in our last conversation with the subcommittee about the suite of management tools and applications. And there's a question on the table that you'll hear and want to really explicitly have a conversation about today, which is, is the intention to promote proactive activities on landscape that support resilient forests and communities, and is a place-based approach the right direction to set in that? And does that suite of tools look at all levels of management, including intentionally doing nothing, so not intervening, all the way to various forms of interventions? So I'm just putting it out there plainly because that is really a question that's on the table. What I would urge is that we're not here to make decisions today. And so negotiating the terms of what those tools are, or sort of the specifics of a specific tool, isn't really the purview of the conversation today. But there may be some important application questions that come down the pike and come down the road that you're setting up a conversation of intention setting in this vision. There are other pieces, but that's really one that I wanted to just be kind of candid and explicit about for your conversation today. And so with that, like I said, we'll be walking through sections, and I'm going to ask different subcommittees to sort of introduce those segments, and where there might be some uncertainties or questions that are for the group to discuss, we'll put those on the table for discussion today. The hope is to take a break at 10:30, when apparently many of our phones will be going off with an emergency test. So at 10:30, we'll plan to break and we'll wrap up by 12:30, so you can have lunch and go about the rest of your day. So I just want to really appreciate the work that's gone into this to this point. And it really has been a joint board and executive team endeavor. So thanks to the executive team specifically for your leaning in and the work that you've been doing on this. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to, I think Ben is going to lead us out with a conversation about the intro. You will have received the latest draft from me just in the last 4 or 5 days. So that's the version we'll be working with. Thanks.
Ben Doimling for the record. And is this on? Hello?
Good.
Thank you, Robin, for that great introduction. And I think you really covered very well sort of the work we've done and where we're at. And this document is fairly short, but there are a number of pretty meaty sections in here. And I'm going to start by sort of introducing and walking through the introduction before we get to the goals. The overarching theme of this document is change. The forests are changing in Oregon. And how do we adapt to that? How do we react to that? How do we remain steadfast in the face of that change? And so that's at the forefront of this work. And within that, there's a number of themes that we've identified. And the first and foremost is a changing climate. And that fits right into this change idea. And how do we mitigate and adapt in the face of that changing climate? We are located in a very diverse state, diverse forests, diverse communities, diverse groups of people. And this is really an all lands document, an all lands vision of how to work with that diversity and how to work with those diverse forests and the diverse stakeholders and citizens and folks who live in Oregon. We are, especially following off of yesterday's conversation, there are 9 federally recognized tribes who all are very, these are their homelands. And we talked a lot about consultation yesterday, and there's also a lot of collaboration that I think needs to be wrapped throughout this document of how we work together on these lands. We've tried to address how to make this document and how we can going forward be inclusive and accountable across the states in all the work we do. And lastly, there's, I think just some acknowledgements, some real challenges we have to work with. And, probably towards the top of that list is workforce challenges. It's easy to talk about all the things we want to do, but how do we get that done? And that's something that kind of keeps coming up in our conversations is how do we achieve this? And there are real challenges there. And we wanted to sort of call that out in this introduction. And lastly, there's a sort of a paragraph of definitions of terms. And there's work to do there. And I think we'll dig into some of those today. And those definitions are important because those words that are used throughout the rest of the documents carry a lot of meaning. And they carry different words carry different bits of meaning to different people. And we've worked as a subcommittee a lot, and I think we have more work to do today to get to the heart of what these words means to us, to all of the people here around the room. So that's sort of a broad overview of the first couple pages of this document. And I think with that, I'll turn it back to you, Robin.
All right. So I'm assuming you've all looked at this, and absorbed it, but there was one question that came up. I think Jim actually raised this with the subcommittee last time, which was around this idea of striving for a reciprocal relationship between human cultures and forests as ecological systems. A lot of words, maybe jargony words in there. And so we really need to kind of understand what that means, what you're intending to say there. And that's one I would like to flag for this group to have some conversation about, in addition to any others that maybe came up as questions for those of you who haven't been intimately involved in putting the words on the page. So I'll start with that. Brenda.
Yeah, I think this reciprocal relationship between forest and people was actually discussed yesterday with some of the tribal members, where they talked about approaching management or working with forests on their lands in a holistic manner, where they are basically taking care of the forests so that the forests can take care of them. And a year ago at this retreat, we had one group, I think a small group of us, tried to distill some of the input that we had from this group around the table and really came up with this idea of, working for the forest so that the forest can work for us.
Yeah, I think my point in flagging it was, obviously, the committee had thoughtful conversations about this, but it was not one of those things that when you read it, having not been on the committee or in all of this, it was like, it didn't come out with a whole lot of clarity as what, it didn't strike me with a lot of clarity. So that's the only reason I flagged, not that whatever concept is wrong or that I have a problem with it. I just want to make sure that specifically at that point of the document, it's an important part of the document that people who are reading it through for the first time will get it clearly. And I'm not sure that language gets us there. What I don't know. I don't think it's appropriate that we spend our time here wordsmithing. Our
think Chandra's
state
got a
representative
suggestion.
is shaking her head. Yes, I assume that she's looking at it and agreeing. I mean, that's my point. I just want like anybody else.
Several
react
hands
to
up.
that?
Chandra, Liz, and Carla.
Thanks, Chandra Ferrari, board member. I agree with you, Jim. I think it's a very important point. I think it needs a little bit more that kind of gets at a definition of what this is. And I was wondering if you could just follow some language after it, that policies will strive for a reciprocal relationship between human cultures and forests as ecological systems. And then you say something like, where there's a mutual exchange of benefits and values, or something like that, right? You put a little bit on there that's gives you some definition that what you're seeing is that both of us were benefiting both sides of that equation, right? And there's this exchange of value. It's not perfect there, but like something along that concept line, because I think you could do it pretty concisely and give a little bit more context to what you're trying to convey there.
I think, because we had similar conversation, topics in our little group too, about that relationship between the land, and that the tribes that were in our group reiterated what we heard from the Nez Perce gentleman and the law is that we've always managed the land. It's not been land that has been left alone. And that's what we will continue to do that. So the only thing that I would say, we could agree with Chandra and just say, going back to what we say with the tribes yesterday, everyone is different. So what is a reciprocal relationship with any one individual tribe? And it can mean so many different things for a lot of people. And it's a new word to me. And so I'm just thinking that maybe it's a new word to a lot of people. So how are we going to define it across many understandings would be my question.
I want to add to that. It was interesting yesterday in our discussion. I think I wrote down 16 different active management practices that these three tribes were using. And when we were in Wallowa, I think there were 12 or 13 I heard during that presentation, but some of them were very different, to the tune of grazing and training cattle. And Ben, your point is spot on. We are an incredibly diverse state. How we grow wheat in the valley is entirely different than how we grow wheat in Central Oregon. And I think, but the goals were the same from the tribes. Both of those discussions, the overarching goal is healthier trees and a resilient forest, but how they got there was really localized and a whole set of tools that are really working best for them. And I think that's a key piece that we don't lose sight of here, is that we don't get so far down in the weeds, but we keep it at that high level of what's really our goal here. And as we've burned 1 in 6 acres in this state in the last 20 years, I think I'd like to see us focus a little bit more on exactly where we're at and where we hope to be. Because when I read some of this, it sounds like we're just in, a great spot, but we're not in a great spot.
I don't think we have to wordsmith or continue too much on this point. I mean, but I'm just worried that some folks, the way it is right now, without maybe some a specific example or something, what we're talking about, that they'll just read this and go, oh, man, they're kind of woo-woo.
Okay, so we have a little work to do to just make some easier meaning, accessible meaning out of this. But as Brenda and Chandra and Ben were describing this idea, the intention behind this, is it landing? Is it landing with everybody? Is this something that you get behind, this idea of, mutual exchange of benefits and values is sort of the simply put what Chandra offered. So it's really about, is that an intention that you're setting here? This isn't the beginning of your documents. So you have to be behind it. If you aren't, we need to flag it. And we'll work on the words. We're so good at that. We've gotten so good at that. Okay. All right. Any other conceptually pieces in here that that you wanted to flag or had questions about before we move to the actual goals? Chandra.
Hi, Chandra Ferrari, board members. And I'm sorry, this might be wordsmithing. I'm trying not to, but just in recognition of the conversation that we had yesterday, the policy language that we have here around honoring our government to government relationships says that we're going to meet obligations to protect cultural resources. And what I heard is that the obligations, especially when you're talking about in a legal manner, are really not sufficient, right, to really establish this relationship and to meet these goals. And so is there a better way to frame that where we're really trying to do more than that? It's not a bare minimum thing we're doing here. We're really trying to further. Sorry, I'm not wordsmithing at this point. I guess I'll just flag that and try to think about it if that's appropriate or not.
Yeah.
Ben.
Thank you, Chandra, for pointing that out. And I would have fully agree. And I think the words I used in my introduction were consultation and collaboration. And I think it would be useful to rewrite that sentence a little bit to be more clear.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. Okay. All right, and then I just will say there is a placeholder here for making some definitional description of what forest management is. And so that's a deeper dive conversation. We're going to skip on by and we'll get back to it. Okay. So next goal, our first goal, resilient forests. Joe was going to tee this up, but Joe's not here today. And so I'm going to first ask if there's any willing volunteers from our subcommittee that want to set this up.
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
I'll take a stab at it and feel free to follow here. The way I see this is we have a goal, we have a lot of context, and then we have some strategies. And the goal is, and we'll get to that in a second, the goal is the yardstick by which we measure everything else by. And pick your metaphor, yardstick, measuring tool of whatever sort. And all policy management decisions enable forest stands and landscapes to persist over space and time. I don't know that we've gotten that quite right yet, but we're looking for forests that are going to be resilient, they're going to be healthy. There's a lot of different words that we like to use. They all have different meanings. But forests that will persist over time as forests that can provide these benefits to us. And I think our hope is that this can serve as a yardstick so that when folks in the field are making decisions about forest management, they can look to this goal and say, does this meet the intent? Are we working towards a good, healthy, resilience forest that will persist over space and time? If so, great. If not, we have work to do. And that's how I see this. And I'm speaking for myself here, but I think this really reflects a lot of the conversations we've had in the subcommittee of we need these forests to provide for us. And it's this reciprocal relationship comes right back in again, and we need to provide for these forests. It's a reciprocal relationship in order to get all of these benefits that we've come to expect from our forests. I don't know if that was helpful, but that's how I think about this.
So when I hear you say this, Ben, when I think of a resilient forest, I go back to the statement about Oregon being so diverse, north to south, east to west, and by regions, many ecotypes, and many just landscapes that are at different levels of resiliency. Some are probably doing fine, but many are sort of out of whack. And so this, I think, is the key, and I think y'all, the subcommittee has honed into that, is that we're going to be at various places on the resiliency scale across the state. So what that says to me is that we really do need whatever range of tools for where we are in different landscapes. So is that part and parcel of what you are thinking about as far as resiliency? Yeah.
You were looking at me, so I'll take a crack at that. I think we're sort of getting into this place-based idea of this state is very diverse forest-wise, and the tools that we need to use to create and promote and help steward healthy, resilient forests are going to be very different across the landscape. But I think the goal and vision remains the same across the whole state. That's how I see it.
And I agree with that. And it also strikes me when we think about the goals, being clear on where we're at. So if we want continuous improvement, which is what we want, where are we and where would we hope to land? And it seems, whether it's in our business or in this vision statement, having a pretty clear picture of where we are today helps us. And, whether it's, what metrics, what outcomes. So 20 years from now, what are we going to look at that said, we achieved that? Are there carbon metrics? Are there, do we have a healthy forest products sector? Is our wildlife and our species counts, continuing to rise? Is our environmental pollution, reduced? Hopefully we're not burning any more towns. What's our firefighter, and, there's just lots of metrics that could be involved in this thing that 20 years from now, we say, yeah, we've really improved our forest health and our resiliency. I think kind of where I struggle when I read a lot of this, one, I don't understand a lot of these, we tie a lot of big words together, and I want to be sure that the average everyday person understands what we're saying. And I don't think, if I don't understand it, I'm not sure a lot of other people, what are we really saying, Robin? I would get us to just keep it simple, keep it simpler, and let's try to be really clear.
Yeah, and I think your help in identifying where there are kind of like that first intent statement, let the group know where it doesn't seem clear enough or straightforward enough to know what you're actually intending here. So you posed the question, Liz, of is the overall intent, when you think about resiliency and you think about sort of the strategies that are now listed here around taking a place-based approach, meeting the kind of forest where its needs are for resiliency as an overarching theme, is that what was intended by the subcommittee as they were pulling this together? I think the short answer is yes, from what Ben, I'm looking around, eyeballing the rest of the subcommittee on this, yes. And so the range of strategies really sort of fit under that umbrella. And what you'll see in here, the pink, the marked up strategies, this is where we, this is where the subcommittee really struggled in trying to, I think, even to your point, Carla, being really clear about what those strategies meant. And so, and it is hard. And so trying not to water it down so much that it means nothing, but making sure that you are actually being responsive to a very diverse set of needs. And so what you see here is the framing around that. And I just point it out because it's really a point of struggle. And I think they're trying to land this to a place that makes sense and actually is you all agree with, which is you're supporting management to reach desired outcomes and landscape objectives. That's kind of the picture. And you're applying appropriate application of a range of management tools based on place-based need. And that kind of fits in a number of the strategies here. Please.
And because we started using place-based interest probably 2 decades ago. And so it's probably changed. And so when I look at this, when I hear place-based, I think about community, but I also think about landscape. And so to me, what are the landscape needs? And I'm just wondering, when you all subcommittee used place-based, how much were you layering on the community piece? And is there a priority the landscape, or is the priority the community? Because when we hand that off to ODF, what is it? What is driving? Because it can be one or the other. It could be a mix. And so to be clearer, what are y'all thinking about?
Mike's gonna answer that, and then Brenda, and then Jim.
Just to point out that there is a definition in the document, and it refers to solutions that are uniquely tailored to a geography and the relevant communities or people for a given locale. So it includes both the environmental biotic components as well as the social components.
I'm just. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much just what I was gonna say. It's, so we're not prescriptive here, and we can't be prescriptive because everything's different everywhere, right? But it's just trying to recognize both those things, and clearly the priority shifts depending on where you are. It's gonna be different in the WUI than it is out where it's not gonna affect people and other sorts of considerations. One of the things that I just wanted to kind of insert, so, we're an agency that has a bias for action historically. And so part of this is just to recognize the overall breadth of what we can actively choose not to do where appropriate as well. And we still have a strong bias for action, a strong bias towards active management. And I think that's good. I support that, but there's also the recognition of, I think what we do a lot of times is focused on where we can do things, and we're not necessarily really considering where we don't do something in an active way. It just kind of happens. And so I think being more planful about the whole context there is kind of like, here are areas where we want to let things happen. And here are the areas where we make more of our active investments. And so I think there is, getting back to what you're saying, I think there is the landscape, there's a landscape level planning and a prioritization that goes on there that we need to make sure we consider. And we're trying to capture that here. And I think it's difficult to do, but yeah.
Okay. I'm sitting here thinking about a challenge that we have, and I'm not sure we've really recognized it. And that is, we want to think about, we want this to be a vision for Oregon Forest. We want to think holistically about all of Oregon Forest. Yet our end product should really serve ODF primarily and the people who work at ODF. And that means our end product really needs to be focused on the lands that where ODF has a lot of impact, through the Forest Practices Act on private lands and on our state lands. And I think we're getting a little bit tripped up around where we think about where the prescription would be no intervention. Well, that's a prescription much more widely used in our wilderness areas, primarily federal areas. And if you look at what we deal with directly with private and state, we have relatively not a whole lot of areas where that's probably going to be the right thing to do. Certainly typically not in the WUI. I think we need to recognize, okay, we want something that is useful for ODF staff. Public is also going to look at it, at the same time, and they're not going to recognize that this document is mostly focused on where ODF has influence, and so they will, many of them will be thinking about, so wilderness and all of that. So I think it's a challenge that we need to recognize.
Maya, I agree with you in part, Jim.
Mhm.
But I mostly agree with Mike. And that is, doing nothing is a management decision.
Mhm.
And it's a valid management decision depending upon where you are, place-based, what the conditions of the forest are, and what the long-term goals for that are. And there is no reason at all why that can't be a valid management option on state forests, which I think it is in some places, Mike, you can correct me if I'm wrong. And private lands, which I've seen in some instances, certainly NGOs, federal agency lands, not just the Forest Service and BLM, but others. And so I think we need to recognize that management, and I don't personally like the term active management. I think management, just keep it simple, can include everything that Mike talked about a few minutes ago, from doing what needs to be done to let the forest function for us, and doing what we need to do for the forest to have it function as a forest. And that may be doing nothing in some places.
So question about, I think another nuance that you said, and definitely the group's been talking about, is the bias toward. And so Jim, Brenda, as you're having this conversation, do you need to be clear in setting some directional intentions in that way? You have this broad statement about the suite of tools available. Do you need to say something clearer about the directional energy that you're putting into word management? Ben and Brenda, anyone else that wants to weigh in on that?
I think we need to have a bias for outcomes in this document. And I think this conversation about management and tools really is, it's about how do we, and I think to Carla's point, how do we get to a future state of ideally more resilience in our forests? And that's the goal. And how we get there, I think, is place-based. There is a lot of judgment calls and local decisions that go into that. Whether it's action or no action, or however that may unfold, does it meet that goal? I think, do we get that outcome? Are we striving for that outcome? That's how I see it.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. I completely agree. And thank you, Mike, for raising the bias issue, because I think it is a bias. And it's bias depending upon what agency you're in, it's going to be more or less. But that doesn't mean that this document needs to reinforce that bias, right? We can recognize it and we can move the move the system, the agency and the ecosystems and the people in a way that maybe removes some of that bias and recognizes management as focused as much on restoration of resilience as production of certain commodities, right? Anyway, just a reaction to that.
So I think I have a different opinion, Brenda, and because of we talk about the landscape that we are in and recognizing, but there is also the landscape of community. There are forces that are responding to communities through funding and political pieces. And I look at this as an overarching document that should have a robust, full set of tools. And I don't know if we want to water down the action piece, because I just, since I've been on this board, the state has put together a companion document in my mind that'll match the vision document, and that's the Wildfire Council report that really clearly said, the beast is at our door, that we really do need to follow up on that. An unprecedented funding, bipartisan of 762. So that's the political landscape. Unprecedented funding in the infrastructure bill federally. And I can tell you that the Northwest won the lottery on that funding. The federal agencies did not fund some very good work throughout the other parts of the United States, because your political elected officials made the case of the dire need to deal with the work that needs to be done in restoration and resiliency. So I understand, Mike, what you're saying, that there's a bias for action, but I say the beast is at our door. And you have this perfect storm and perfect, I wouldn't call it storm, but you have all these alignments where you have for the first time in many years in Oregon brought together in a bipartisan way funding and effort and dollars for so I don't know if that is in contrast what you're saying for a bias for action, but I do see that this vision is happening at a time that there is a window open for y'all in Oregon, and at the cost of the other parts of the nation that you got, that I think that people will have an expectation that you're going to move forward in not a biased way maybe, but an intentional, formidable way to deal with the restoration and the resiliency of these forests. So so that's my bias, I guess, a bit.
I'd like to add on to that. The White House just came out and put out this paper from the Joint Economic Committee on the cost of wildfire in the US is now between 394 and 893 billion a year. So in 3 years, this is $1 trillion problem on the lower end. And I think the US Forest Service has a lot of pressure on these Western forests to really address this problem and this smoke and these costs. And so just this morning, I read 20,000 young people are going to be trained for this resiliency work in this area. And the forest management and increase in prescribed burning. And there's a lot of focus on these Western forests and forest health beyond our discussion or beyond our control. I sense this management discussion has been going on for a long time in forestry. I went back to the position paper of the Oregon Society of American Foresters on active versus, passive management. I think it's worth the board reading. They've got a very good definition, and And I don't think we have to reinvent either of these definitions. But they certainly have, you know, a number of scientists and a number of them from Oregon State. They have a definite preference. And I think you should all read that paper, and I'm happy to put it on the record.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I want to be clear when I talk about bias, I'm not, you know, I think a lot of us just hear the word bias and we think a dirty word. It's just our intent. It's the way we've been in the past. And I think we've been focused on being very active. And, you know, I own that as part of the agency. We pride ourselves on being active, on doing things, having that bias for action. It's a human thing though, too, right? I mean, seriously, oh, what are we going to do about it? Right? This is the bent. But I think that really it goes back to what Ben was saying there. I think there's a slight shift in our mindset that we need to make here to make it a bias for outcomes and to really think about the long-term outcomes that we're trying to achieve. Because our bias for action tends to be in the immediate. And that's what has helped bring the beast to the door in a lot of ways, right? I mean, what's our number one forest management tool in Oregon and in the West generally? And some people might jump to some silvicultural tools like, no, it's fire suppression. Okay. And we have done a heck of a job of that. But now we also deal with the consequences too of, you know, altering that regime. And so there's a lot of ways to get there. There's a lot of ways to get there. And I think that's where this document really takes recognizing the full range of possible actions and also focusing in on place and coming in with the appropriate solution there, because there's areas where we're going to do a heck of a lot of work. And you know, we've got a lot of people are going to be, but let's face it, there's another reason to prioritize this stuff into what we're going to do and what we're going to choose not to do actively. And that is, we can have lots of people, but the problem is still bigger than that, right? I mean, we are not going to be able to do everything on every acre anyway. And so we really do need to pick and choose, I think, carefully.
Is this on? All right, Chandra, board member. Yeah, thank you, Mike. That really resonates with me. And when I've been hearing the conversation, what I'm thinking about is, you know, these words that are, you know, we want purposeful management, we want thoughtful management, right? It's that you're looking at the challenge in front of you and you're deciding, right, what tools are going to meet the circumstance to meet that overarching goal. And so I don't know if we have to stay with active or passive. Can we say management with more definition around what that is, right? That is us looking at a problem. That is us saying we're going to be really thoughtful and intentional about what we do here. And it doesn't look the same everywhere, you know, but I think that purposeful piece of it is what has been running in my head when we've been having the conversation. And then speaking to that overarching goal, I apologize if I've missed this, but when I'm looking at the document here too, I'm realizing I don't think we have the overarching goal anymore in here of like the healthy functioning forest and what that means, right? Like overall, this is where we're trying to go. And these are our sub goals, if you will, to do that. And I think a very simplistic statement of like, this is really what we're trying to do statewide. And it is an all lands approach. And we're going to be focused on strategies that we have under our control, probably more than other ones for this organization, but it's also kind of, this is the strategy for Oregon. Is that somewhere? Am I missing it?
We can revive it.
Oh, no. Okay. So maybe this is a longer, am I
It's
getting
hidden
apart?
right now.
Should we take this out?
It's hidden there because there was this sense that the vision actually is the comprehensive of all of this. We can revive it and put it back in as a draft. There was a really simple vision statement that's been sitting there in play for a year plus now, so we can
Right.
certainly revive it.
I thought I remembered a lot of words. And
There was a really simple, yeah.
Okay.
So we can
Yeah.
revive that and see if it still actually meets if the comprehensive actually does all funnel to that overarching.
Okay.
And I just will say on behalf of the subcommittee, I think Chandra, the way you're describing that purposeful, intentional, that's exactly what the group has been talking about. And so they actually even moved a little bit off of the need to be really prescriptive in their definitions of active versus passive, but it really came to the suite of tools and a recognition that that suite it's a range, it's a big range. And that the place-based application of those tools is really a driving force for meeting the needs of resiliency per a place-based, like through the place-based lens. And then, how you translate that to action is really going to be a big lift for the department. Don.
Don Evernham, Northwest Oregon Area Director. So thank you for that. And I'm thinking about place-based and how resilient forests or the tools we'd use in Northwest Oregon are going to look much different than they will in Eastern Oregon. So as I look at this, I see 10 strategies, and are those intended to be all inclusive? And if they are, I think that's great, because again, that can provide some clear direction to figure out how you would operationalize that in a certain area. And then, so you've got the goal and some context and strategies. And then I heard the folks talking about wanting to, what are the outcomes that we're looking for? And I know we're trying to be concise here, but if they thought about having a desired outcome at the end of each piece.
Yeah, I'm going to put a pin in this the question mark of establishing metrics and doing a bit of I think, Carla, I've heard this from you over the months around kind of this gap analysis of like, where are we at now and how are we trying to, which helps you figure out your progress. That is something that we really need to ask the department to speak to as a next step in this conversation. So I just want to acknowledge that it's there. It's not here in this moment, but it's certainly a big piece of the next body of work. And I think we'll ask the department to spend a little time at the end of this conversation talking about how you're planning to kind of take that next step, and if and how you engage this group in that work.
Yeah, and I think it's helpful to step out 20 years and then look backwards when you do that. Because are these just words, or are we just really trying to accomplish something? And so I would encourage the department to in 20 years, how are we going to measure whether this was just took up a lot of time and was just words? I also think that when I was on the Wildfire Council, it was really our goal that we wouldn't burn another city or town, or we wouldn't have a paradise. And I think I just really want to strongly encourage us to have a good definition of where we're at today. I just think that's important. If you're moving a system from a conventional to an organic system, when you're changing systems, or you've got changing environment, having a real clear definition of where you are and where you want to be is an important part of that.
Okay, I've been trying to interject here. I kind of want to say things like, I like bias for action, but I think action also means that you make a decision. And we have that ability to do that. Talking about reciprocal management, I wanted to comment that when I was a forest manager at the Makah Indian Nation, I'm the forest manager. I have a degree in forest management. And I was working on the forest management plan with the tribal council, and they wanted to make sure I understood that they were not separate from the forest, that they were part of the forest. And I think, they're not so much an exogenous factor. They could be, but they weren't, that they were working with the forest. And I think that's a concept that goes, kind of goes, wow, wooey, but it really was something. And then thinking about passive and action-based management. I was down on the White Mountain Apache with an elder out in the woods, and we were talking about a little bit about the Northwest forests, because I was from the Northwest, and he's talking about the owls. And he goes, in their culture down there, and also with the macaw, the owl was kind of a warning of death. Something was going to happen. So he had a bunch of youths out there going out and shooting the owls. I mean, I've heard that from up here too. Let's go out and shoot those owls. And he stopped them and he says, everything has its place in our ecosystems, and we need to recognize that. And, that gets back to some of the lessons we learned in Aldo Leopold, keep all the parts. And I think from a philosophical standpoint, having that view of management, even though we all have degrees in management, we have forest products, forest management degrees, that we need to keep that. Carla, what you said about let's go out 20 years, another lesson from the tribes. And I'm using these is 7 generations. I worked with a lot of tribes where they looked 7 generations. And so when they made decisions, and what may not have been to maximize economic benefit, it may be other things that they're looking at. How do they maintain water? How do they maintain the roots, things that are important to their culture for 7 generations? So this is something I think when we look at different place-based solutions that we need to be looking at those sort of things. And I agree with you. Let's put a pin in on metrics right now. What we need to do is talk about concepts. And I think that's where we're at. But yeah, this is a great discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, just a quick response. I think it's important to recognize that, yes, looking at 20 years and identifying goals would be incredibly helpful. But it's also important to realize that given the changes we are seeing in climate and in the demography of the human population, that looking for a crystal clear vision 20 years out is simply not possible. But what we can do is look for outcomes, as Ben talked about, and that is, do we still have forests that are functioning as forests and being resilient? Do we still have communities, regardless of who's constituting those communities, who are getting their needs met as a community? Do we still have clean water? Do we still have clean air? What are these long-term outcomes that we want to achieve? How we get there is going to depend upon what place we're in, place-based. So defining that crystal clear goal metric is helpful, but I think we need to be very prepared to be able to change those goals as we learn more and move forward, because this has to be a living document and not something that sits on the shelf.
I agree with that, but I didn't come up with the 20 years. That's this thing gets rewritten, right? And that's part of the mandate. So that's only why I refer. Yeah, we deal with 40 and 50-year mindsets, in business, and it's longer in forestry. I get that. One of the things that we didn't address in this that I think is one of our biggest challenges is we've spent 40 years of accumulating, a large burnable fuel load, which you don't have to go beyond this room. We need to get these fires out because we can't get them out if we don't. I've heard that twice this morning. And now, because we put every fire out, or we have to get every fire out, that burnable fuel load is still accumulating. And as we just really think about our big challenges here with the U.S. Forest Service scientists telling us to expect 30 more years of these fire levels. We burned 1 in 6 acres, but those fire levels could be 2x what we've seen. As Liz said, yeah, this is at our door, and our problem gets bigger every year. And I want to be sure we've got a solution to, we've got a definitive approach to this problem.
All right, quick.
I just
comment
to that.
Yeah. Please.
Carla, I agree. We have an issue across the landscape. And I think this is where we got to get this definitive approach. I think that the same approach is not going to be the same across the entire landscape. And it's going to be a matrix of activities. That's all I wanted to say.
I agree.
All right. And the little spoiler alert, we may be talking about this again in the wildfire goal. So we're getting there in a minute. I want to go back to Don. You had a question about, is the strategy list here an all-inclusive list, but may be applied differently depending on the landscape? So I just want to make sure that question gets answered for you. was that the intent that you have this suite of strategies that will get applied differently based on place-based need? But want to make sure you're encompassing all the strategies that may be available or that setting some direction for you toward meeting this goal of resilient forests. Yeah, so yes, that's the answer. All right. So I put a pin in that one, Carla, about establishing a strategy to deal with fuel load, that it may not be clear in here. And so we've got a pin in that one. I do want to just point out this little pink bullet here under the resilient forest around developing a strategy related to prescribed fire. The group acknowledged it, didn't get much further, but wanted to put a pin in that specific one. And we'll see that again, I think, in a couple others. So any other questions or comments on this goal that I think has been a really rich discussion and gives us a few follow-up action items for the subcommittee to consider?
Yeah, Ben Dwemling. I just wanted to sort of echo what a lot of folks have said and sort of sum up a little bit and do my best at channeling Joe here, who's not here right now. And Joe would probably say, we need to be bold. And I agree with that. And I think I don't want to lose sight of what Liz said, and that there's a lot of work to do, and the beast is at our door. I agree with you 100%. And I think we talk about outcomes and we talk about active and getting stuff done and management. And I think the way I see this document that we've worked on and what we're all, I think, saying together here is there's a lot of work to do. There are really critical, important outcomes that we are all aspiring to for our forests. And I want to make sure that we walk this fine line of wanting to have a big tent of including all the different types of tools and management approaches on all the different landscapes in this state. And so we want to sort of open up that toolbox, but we want to not have it too open and too sort of free form that it doesn't really say anything and we lose that boldness. And so we're trying to sort of thread a needle here of being bold and calling for outcomes. I'm going to keep focusing on the word outcomes because I think that really is where we all, I'd see that as really saying what we're trying to say here. How do we get those outcomes by whatever means possible? And not lose sight of the fact that on some acres, we really have a lot of work to do with chainsaws out there. And on some acres, it might look different and not being too prescriptive there. So I just, in summary, there's urgency and boldness that I really hope comes through in this document without being too prescriptive.
I find a real irony in our challenge around whether no action should be a tool when it'll probably be, because of the economics and the reality, the biggest tool used out there, if you want to call it a tool, just because, you know, we can't possibly treat all areas that need to be treated. So I think we in terms of us getting tied up in knots around this, I just find it a little bit ironic that we would be getting tied up that way.
You know, we're not writing the Forest Practices Act. So I think we need to step back and remind ourselves, you know, we're putting aspirational goals out here, but we're not redefining the practices. And I think it would be a mistake for us to get in the weeds and get too caught up on that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, all of you, for all of this. And I think like I said, I think we've got some really helpful next steps to kind of get this a little more dialed, refine it to a place where hopefully, you know, there is buy-in from this group on setting the direction on the resilient forest piece. Let's move on to the others and see what else we find. So I think Brenda was going to open the resilient communities.
Yeah.
And I just want to do a time check. We're about 45 minutes from a break. If anyone feels really need to go take a break sooner, let me know, but we'll plan on chatting for another 45.
Okay, thank you, Robin. Yeah, I'll just kick off the resilient community piece. The first sentence of the goal, I think, really describes what we were striving for here. And that is to have policy and management decisions foster healthy relationships between humans and forests. And again, it's that reciprocal relationship, right? That more holistic view that in many respects, humans are a forest dependent species. So the pieces that follow from that, though, because this is resilient human communities, really do focus on the people side of that. And we know that forests provide a wide variety of benefits to people. And we've purposefully called out rural, suburban, and urban areas across the full spectrum of forest lands and how those benefits might differ or change and be very place-based, depending upon the community in which we're talking here. We also called out the assurance that access is available for cultural resources. We also called out respect for private land ownership and management decisions as pieces of the strategies. Education, you'll see in several different bullets here, is a key component of educating people about forests and forestry. And I think as we recognize that there are place-based differences in rural, suburban, and urban areas, the education needs are probably going to vary from one location to the other. And to your point, Don, from one region of the state to another. Shared stewardship arrangements. We heard about that yesterday with the tribes, and I think there's a real opportunity there. Maybe that should be called out more here in this one, but it's something that I think we really should explore. But again, you see this term place-based approach time and again in each of these strategies. And it comes back to, what is the forest type? What does the changing climate look like? What is the community that we're dealing with? What are the options going forward to create that resilience to both the forests and the humans that live there? And it means that we need a full suite of tools to be able to achieve those goals. So it is not prescriptive. It's very high level. It's very conceptual. But I think it has to be at that level until we get to more focused actions on the ground or inactions on the ground, depending upon what the decision is.
Thanks, Brenda. I just have a quick question on the first bullet for the strategy, and you say in ways promote access to healthy forests in ways that are welcome and inclusive for a wide range of needs that are important to Oregonians. Did you all also intend to have that statement include diverse communities? Okay.
That was the intent of the
Okay.
statement.
All right. I said diverse needs. So, and I say that because just about a mile south of here is the town of Phoenix that got burned up. And I did not know it at the time, but in the follow-up and visiting restaurants and talking with folks, that was the home of so many people in the service sector from Medford and Ashland. So that just makes me think that there is a real impact on these fires, especially when they blow through some of these smaller towns. So.
Yeah, there's been some recent publicity that I can't remember where exactly, but laying out that people in poverty are statistically way more impacted by wildfire, and they've done some numbers. It's pretty telling.
Any questions on this one? All right,
Just
let's,
a quick comment,
Yeah.
Robin. I think this section also needs some additional work, even though there isn't a lot of discussion right now. You do see the term place-based come up in this, which I think is appropriate. There's also, I think, a reference to active management somewhere in here. I can't recall now. But I think I guess my message here is that for each of these goals and strategies, even though there may not be a lot of discussion here right now, the subcommittee is still continuing to work on these and refine them.
Hey, John DeBrey, board member. I just had a quick question on this one. What I noticed in this section that I don't necessarily see elsewhere is the use of the scientifically informed management term. Which I don't have an issue with at all. I'm just, is it more appropriate to use that in other places as well when we're talking about management or in the principles? Which I also don't recall seeing. So I guess I just flagged that. It's interesting that it shows up here.
there is one mention of that in the intro, just point out under so it'd be the kind of second half, policies based on the best available information. They can intentionally removed the science evidence-based and put best available information, but it's open for conversation. It's a general policy direction. Question though about, do you weave this scientifically informed aspect into other parts, other goals and strategies?
Brenda McComb for the record. I would encourage that since it's part of an OAR. But recognizing that scientifically based information should be defined. That's probably another thing that we need to define in in our list of definitions to include experiential knowledge such that traditional ecological knowledge can be encompassed within that.
Yeah, so it doesn't all have to.
Was
Well,
that Cal?
yes, that in a formal sense, Cal, not peer reviewed, but if you think about the way that my understanding of how tribal knowledge has evolved over time, it's definitely reviewed over multiple generations, and so there is some piece to that.
And do we include crusty old ranchers and crusty old loggers in that? as well?
Right.
Yeah.
Or fresh, new ranchers and loggers?
Yeah.
Would it?
That- Yeah, so I was just gonna that was my comment too, is like, was gonna ask if the subcommittee, would have that conversation about where it makes sense to have indigenous traditional knowledge, if that's appropriate, and what y'all would propose back to us on that.
Yeah, again, I want you to read this paper because these professional foresters, have a lot to say on this subject. So I think it would be valuable for us, and they're updating this in February of 24. So it'd be good to see if they've got a current draft, because they're pretty clear on some things they agree with and some things they disagree with that we're talking about. And there's a lot of scientists at the end of this, being referenced. So but again, I don't think we're trying to get too far down into the weeds here. I think what we really care about is intentional forest management, for specific areas, and really appropriate to that, regional or that local location, and keeping that tool chest broad so that what they need in Southern Oregon is available as we really deal with, unprecedented times.
Ron. Yeah, so is it worth then us maybe just from the document organization standpoint, just spending a little time up front and defining the different types of information that are brought to bear from, peer reviewed Western science perspective to traditional ecological knowledge, and then also just, local context, because not everything's going to be, obviously, not everything's going to be science as we typically think about it.
Yeah, I've got a note here to add in the glossary of terms, some definition broad enough that to include like all aspects of information that informs policy and management decisions. So we'll ask the subcommittee to work on that. And then we'll ask the subcommittee to sort of do a review across these goals and strategies to see where being explicit about that, to your question, Chandra, makes sense. And we may even need to refine the policy direction comment at the front. So we got an action item on that. All right, so it sounds like there's an interest from at least one subcommittee member to kind of go back through this one even and make sure it's well kind of, it covers all the bases and is a good reflection.
Yeah, Robin, I think Chandra's suggestion was a good one, and we need to revisit that for each one of these.
Yeah, got it. Okay. So I have that as an action item. I also have as an action item to consider the subcommittee to consider this definitional document that Carla has mentioned now a few times. So we can at least bring that into the subcommittee.
I think that's worth taking a look at, and I would encourage that. What's the publication date on that, Carla?
I see when they're gonna review it. I don't see the date that they.
Yeah, I think it's been
19. Let's see, position statement was adopted by the Society of American Foresters, February 2nd of 19, and it will expire February 2nd of 24.
Okay.
So I think we need to take that into consideration, but we should not necessarily follow that document. We are a public body, not a professional society, and different organizations are going to have different definitions for these terms. I personally think that we should just simply avoid the terms passive and active and say management and define it and leave it at that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, thank you. And we'll make sure it gets to the subcommittee for you to kind of look at at least as a reference material.
So when I look at that document and I'm not a forester and I'm not part of the society, but it's a pretty simple term for active management. Active management is the tending of trees to affect their growth, density, health, harvest, regeneration, and objectives. So that seems pretty broad to me. And so that's just my thought to submit to the subcommittee. And the other piece that I would just say is that whatever people think about active management, it is being done by the National Park Service now. It has been done with my colleagues in U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and it is accepted and intentional. So, not everyone has an aversion to that term. Just a thought.
So I'm going to take the bait again. So I think we're all in violent agreement here. I think we're arguing about nothing, right? We have a full suite of tools. We could apply them at the right location at the right time to achieve long-term goals. So I don't understand why we're going this active passive back and forth stuff. It is what it is. We're just trying to achieve goals using a full suite of tools and look for certain outcomes. So nobody's opposed to either of those approaches, I think. So anyway,
our problem is not ours. I think, it's very easy for me to think of active management as a whole suite of tools. The problem is how it's used in sort of the partisan conversation. And I have read so many things, letters to the editor, et cetera, where someone talks about active management. And I know what they're talking about is cutting the trees down, just cutting the trees down. We won't have the fires. We won't. And so that's the problem. And then so you have people on the environmental side who are reacting very negatively because they see active management as just essentially a capitulation to the timber industry side and those who aggressively want to harvest in the forest at a high level. And it shouldn't mean that. It should mean the whole suite of tools. That's our challenge with that term. It's just that it's gotten to be such a lightning rod term and so loaded for people, sadly, because.
Okay, well, Carl, let me say something. I'm still, as an agency, I want to have that bias for action, that we look at the situation and we take action, make a decision, not that we don't work with the full set of tools. It's an active decision to say, hey, there are some other things in that area that we need to preserve. And by doing something there, it might destroy it. That's the active, but not to say that we shouldn't cut trees. I mean, this is not what I want to apply. So anyway.
Well, and I think it's our job as the board to get beyond that, Jim, is, we need to define it's why it's so important that we really recognize and define where we're at, because we're really addressing risks going forward. I also would want to be sure that we are very intentional about, listening to those people on the ground, listening to those foresters, those professional foresters, those ranchers, those firefighters, the people that are out dealing with these resources every day. Just like yesterday, we have a lot to learn from those actually, out, employing these tools and techniques every day. So I would just put a real strong asterisk there of learning and listening. I like intentional forest management.
I think you've been
I like
using
that
that.
bias.
You've been using that. The subcommittee's been using that phrase very specifically. So I'm just going to point out, I think you all are I wouldn't call it violent, but I would say you're in agreement on the direction you're trying to set. And you're having an important sort of explicit conversation about how this gets perceived. And once this goes out as your stamp of what we're setting for our direction, that you're really trying to be as clear as possible so that it can be used and activated by the department, but also so it can be well understood and clear for your external audience and the people that you're serving. So I kudos to you for continuing to struggle through this. Joy?
I love that your comment just totally queued up mine. So thank you. For the group's consideration, as a non-forester and sitting here and listening to the conversation and concerns about making sure we're very clear and very specific, we may want to consider, how do we talk about that action without talking about forest management? Because I could say, as someone who's still very new to the ODF world, I just recently got a more solid understanding of that whole concept, because it is such a broad array of tools and approaches and considerations. And some states and organizations include all sorts of business decisions into that, and administrivia type stuff into that full world of management of the forest. But in the interest of making it as easy for folks to understand as possible, it might be that we go up a few levels in how we talk about it and present it, versus getting really down into what are all of those components, because there are going to be disagreements. There are going to be ones we miss or don't consider, or possibly ones that folks aren't a huge fan of including in here. But I think getting to the concept of forest management is what seems like everybody's intent here, is get to that kind of distilled concept.
Thank you, Joy. Right, I'm going to move us along. I think we might be able to get through one more goal before the break, but we'll see, Dave. Dave is going to roll this one out for the group.
All right, I'll try my best and try to keep us on time. So for the record, Dave Larson, Southern Oregon Area Director. So it's really interesting because, during the last, almost hour and a half, we've been talking about several times wildfire was mentioned. And so I think that really plays into this document, because And what really was also interesting is that the discussions about wildfire were happening in real time. We all worked on this topic as fire season was moving on. So it was right out there in the forefront and really kind of laid that groundwork. So, we feel that it's important to recognize wildfire and call it out specifically. And then understanding the role that wildfire plays in our forest ecosystem. So we really approach it from that angle. The goal is there, suppress, manage, mitigate wildfire to protect communities, allow natural ecosystem processes and promote adaptive capacity of Oregon's forest. And so I'll kind of paraphrase a little bit for the context of the goal there or wildfire response. So really what we're looking for is, a balance, work to save what we have left right now on our forest and get us to a place where wildfire can have its natural role and really looking at the right time and the right place. So kind of paraphrasing the context there. And then, it was called out or flagged the use of prescribed fire, and recognizing that in fire, there's good fire and bad fire. And then again, in time, as we look at our strategies. And so, they're looking for that alignment with the National Cohesive Wildfire Management Strategies, again, to restore, maintain landscapes, support fire adapted communities, and respond to fire. And so I think it should be called out as well as that recognize the relationship with the implementation and the 20-year strategic or the 20-year landscape resiliency plan that we're working on right now. So trying to pull all those things together under wildfire response. As we're sitting around the table today and we were talking, and I think really this for me and what's my role as an area director and being allowed to sit with you at the table and offer that field perspective. So as I sat around listening to you all talk this morning, really in my mind, this applies to all the goals, and that's, how am I going to operationalize this document? And so as I break it down as how I see it moving forward is, this document for me is clear leaders' intent that you're providing me. I've got the best job, I think, because now I'm going to be able to take that out and get it down to the field level and operationalize this. And so I'll be breaking this down into objectives and then implement strategies and tactics, and then again, evaluate outcomes. In respect of time, also understanding that the results, they may be immediate or they may be long-term. And so that really comes down to reporting those outcomes, Ben, that you brought up and bringing that, elevating that up from the field. Because I heard you, Carla, talk about hearing from the folks and elevating that up. So are we meeting those expectations? There's tools that will be provided. So I think, as we look at the shaping the future of the forest, it's going to be based on the board policy that you all provide us and the direction from the state forester as we operationalize this document. And so really, I'm going to be taking this from the 100,000 foot level that we talked about today, where we see the overview of our very diverse forest. And I'm going to take this down to the 10-foot level. So that's really where we're going to take it as we go out into the field. So. Yeah, well, okay, 5'10". So, but yes, break it down into that level and operationalize that. And then, again, we'll be provided those metrics and report back our outcomes, because this is going to take time. We've done a really good job, especially in wildfire response to the 100+ years of putting out fires, and done a real good job. And it's going to probably take us 2 to 3 times that long to get us back to where we vision our forest. So we're in it for the long haul. So I will leave it there.
So Dave, I'm wondering, when it comes to prescribed fire, there's such big challenges for prescribed fire. Obviously the smoke impacts, the health impacts, you got DEQ, you got all the legal risks. And so, every which way you look, there's roadblocks for prescribed fire. And recognizing that, I think we shouldn't just be mentioning prescribed fire as a tool. I think we need to be, because it's not really the history of the organization, but I think we should have it in this document that we are championing it.
Yeah. As
people who are here as experts on forest policy, we make a clear statement that this is a absolutely necessary, key necessary tool going forward. Yeah. And so I think we've got ways. That would be my view. So I'll ask others to.
I agree with that. You know, Dave, as I looked at this section, one of the things that I felt we needed to add to this section was public education and outreach. And recently I looked at the 50 most at-risk towns and cities in Oregon. And boy, you're just sitting on a bucket load of them down here. I mean, you're in the top 20 big time. And, you know, I just wonder, you know, public education, so many people just have no concept, the risk, you know, their community or their person, you know, they may be in. And we need that social license to get these forests into shape and to use these tools. And part of that social license is obtained with good outreach and good education. So I feel like that should be, you know, that's just such a critical piece to what we need to get done.
Absolutely.
Or Ben Doimling for the record. I really like this, and I think I've got a couple thoughts related to the conversation so far, and I would echo what Jim said about prescribed fire, and I think that needs to be a bold strategy in here. I'm wondering if it might be useful to call this the fire response goal as opposed to wildfire, just to sort of open up that conversation a little bit more, because there's a lot of different types of fire that we talk about. And wildfire, I think, again, these are words that mean different things to different people. And we need to be, different people will read this differently. And I think if we can talk about fire, that's all fire. And the third point is, I wanted to echo Carla that you're absolutely, we have a huge educational need here. And I think, Jim, maybe when you suggested this at our last board meeting, I think that was really kind of behind your thinking, or that was the takeaway I got, is we need to be outward facing about how we deal with fire. We need to make sure the rest of Oregon understands what we're doing. And I'm wondering if maybe in addition to this, somewhere in here, maybe this is a conversation outside of the vision document, is, do we have a policy statement that ODF has about fire that is crystal clear and concise, that says this is how we use fire. This is when we suppress the heck out of it. And this is when we actually light fires or help other agencies and other landowners light fires. And because there's so much misunderstanding on this topic, and I think we really have a lot of work to do to communicate that. So I think this is a great step in that direction. But I got some questions still about that.
I agree with you, Ben. I think we do need a crystal clear. This is when we stop all fires. This is when we don't. I was in a legislative hearing listening to a state representative from the Portland area. Just, you know, is it and saying to now, isn't fire good sometimes? It's just absolutely clueless as to, you know, where it would be and wouldn't be and all of that. So we do have big education issues, but I think we need, you know, it's okay to have a clear policy and try to educate people about when it makes sense and doesn't make sense to fight fire.
All right, thanks. For the record, Mike Shaw. Boy, lots to unpack here. Agree with a lot of what has been said already. Agree with the concept of maybe changing the goal from wildfire response to something different, a little bit more holistic. Absolutely agree. We need to put more of a focus on the prescribed fire strategy within. And that's one that we're going to really have to wrestle with. There is so much there. We're going to need fire to help us get out of the challenge that we face with the fuel loading of suppression. We have been, and we've heard it, exceptionally good at putting fires out. That's getting more difficult, unfortunately, because of that. And so our fire suppression strategy is part of the problem. And that I say that not to say that we're doing it for the wrong reason. We're doing it for all the right reasons. And we're going to have to continue to do that for all the right reasons. But we need to transition our thinking just a little bit. To the point that Jim was making about the time of the year and when we can use fire and when fire is beneficial and helpful. But we find ourselves in a place, when you look at the pictures after the bootleg fire, in 2021, we find ourselves in a place where it's more than just reintroducing fire to the landscape. We're going to have to go do some mitigation work prior to that, follow that up with prescribed fire if we really want to see the most bang for our buck, and that's going to take a lot of time. So lots to unpack. Prescribed fire is going to be a critical tool. It's difficult on private land, which is where ODF resides. Right, and that's where some of the challenge has resided. I think Senate Bill 762 and standing up the certified burn manager program is going to be a step forward, but I would characterize it as a baby step. And I'm hopeful that the board can provide maybe a little bit of a bolder direction to the department on how to move forward. And I think we need to step into that space. What's going to be challenging is society is going to have to understand that there's going to be missteps if and when we reintroduce fire. And as a society, we're going to have to be okay with that. And that's really hard to say. But that's the reality. It's a very unpredictable. It's not like baking cookies where you know what the outcome's going to be, right? It's not cookie cutter, and it's going to be very, very difficult. And that's what has held us back for so long.
So one of the things that I next, I'm not sure.
Yes, can I just real quickly, I think you said something in there that I want to make sure we ask the question of whether or not it's covered is around the post-fire work. Are you suggesting a strategy? Do you suggesting that there's a policy statement that covers that specific aspect? What were you?
Post-fire?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
That's a good one.
The bigger cookie.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike,
So,
I just wanted to add to your statement is that I heard what Chair Kelly said. We need to have a stronger statement about supporting prescribed fire. And we do need a strong statement about that, because right now on a national level, we're starting to enter into smoke incursions and stuff like that. And I think we need to have that support, that this organization supports as a tool that we need to be involved with. But I also want to say that we don't forget, we need to monitor anything we do, evaluate it, everything we do. And, we only have a thimble. This is from Jerry Franklin, a thimble full of knowledge about forests and our activities. And we are continuing to learn. And this is a challenge, is that, but I think that I would like to have a strong statement on prescribed burning and those tools.
So I was just, as we say that we're going to have this strong statement on prescribed fire, I also think that maybe we step into the smoke piece too, because if not, it will be boxed in. And so how do we sort of merge that conversation and put it in words that, what you said, Mike, it's not going to be easy. People will need to adapt somehow, and we'll have to just get through that gauntlet.
And, I'd like to add to that because everything is trade-offs, right? And I think as we enter into the smoke, they're now saying that 30 to 40% of all US pollution is wildfire smoke. So the trade-off is the only way we downsize wildfire smoke is if we upsize our ability to control wildfire. And I think we're going to have to step into that space with DEQ and, be very intentional on what we need to get done in Oregon if we're really going to address,
Interesting. I just wanted to add, talking about DEQ. Yesterday, I was talking to Leah Feldon, Director of DEQ, and I suggested that we get together and start having that conversation. So anyway.
My point, I think. Where that's coming from, but my point not is that, we alone can't solve all the issues about what, the things that need to be done. Say, more availability for air purification in homes and public spaces, legal protections for people who are actually trying to exercise. Fire, but I think we just need to, we know there's all these challenges. We just need to acknowledge, we need to have a clear statement that this is something we should do.
Oh, that's the alarm. Okay, should we take a break?
Yeah, you bet.
Okay.
No.
I want to take a break.
Oh, we do need to take a break. Chandra had her hand up for, I don't know, 5 minutes ago. So I want to make sure she gets a chance to get in here.
Yeah, I can't remember what I was gonna say. Well, so this conversation. That one on? Oh, thank you. I found our discussion on this really interesting for a couple of reasons. And I apologize because this kind of goes back to some of the other sections as well. But number one, the talk about the prescribed burning statement. And to me, something where we're kind of getting out ahead of something and being forward thinking is what we were talking about doing in this whole plan, being bold, right? And I appreciate that. I don't know that I'm seeing that though, actually in some of the other sections where we are reciting things that we're kind of already doing without really saying, what are we going to do differently about these things or what, so I know that kind of gets into this prioritization piece but like, what are we doing to be bold in these other sections? I appreciate this conversation here. The other thing I was thinking about was the urgency piece. Like I'm looking at this context and I will preface this by saying, I super appreciate everyone who's doing work on this. This is very, very hard. And I'm sorry that, our piece is just to kind of poke things and I apologize. But it's not reading terribly urgent to me. And there are differences with our wildfire landscape right now, right? That things are different than they've been historically. And are we going to capture that in the context? Or is it appropriate to have a little bit of a problem statement before each of these, right? There's some challenges, big challenges here. And what are they? And I know there's a bigger goal that we're trying to hit, but that might get a little bit at your statement, Carla, about the baseline, right? And so that might be appropriate, and we might be able to do that in a concise way before each of these goals. And I think it might help us convey that urgency. And I'm thinking also with this strategy, a big issue is I'd like to maintain a high quality, right, complete and coordinated fire system. Well, we're struggling to do that because of funding, big, large funding, like that's something we have to do. So is that too granular to put here? Or is that like, well, this is a really existential issue we have that we need to deal with in the next 5 years? I don't know. I sorry to blow it all up there, but
So I brought this whole wildfire fire thing because it previously it had not much in this at all. And I keep thinking about, okay, will this document make sense to somebody who's reading it, who also feels that we are facing an existential threat that literally is threatening, whether or not people can continue to live here, stay healthy, and all of this. And does this document that we're putting together make sense given that reality?
All right, we have to come back to a little more conversation on this fire response goal. I'm tracking a strong statement on prescribed fire, tie-in with smoke management, tie-in with monitoring and evaluation, tie-in with building social license through education and outreach. Those are pieces that haven't come through clearly. So I'm tracking that. And we'll come back to this question of, do you need to have both recognition in each of the goals about what are the areas of bold. So I want everyone to kind of look at that and think about that and see what you find. And then the other of like statements up front about a sense of urgency, meeting the moment of need and urgency within each of these. So we'll come back to those conversations after the break. Let's take until 10:40. 15 minutes, and we'll see you back here at 10:40. Okay. All right, let's come on back. We've got a little bit of time left for this conversation, about an hour and a half. A number of items to get through. So I hope everybody got enough of a break, and we'll send you to lunch at 12:30. So we want to come back and just do a little bit of closing the loop on what additional changes or suggestions for this fire response goal that we're talking about. And then I'd like to pose a question actually to Cal. Just about, a suggestion of how to maybe ask the department to come to take a stab at creating some kind of a overarching policy statement about fire and bringing that back to the group. We know you have good people to be able to articulate that. So we're looking at you, Mike, and others. But that might be a way for us to have that body of work.
Talking about doing it today?
Nope, not today, but we'll come back to it. So I just want to make sure we make that an action item. And I'll stop talking and let's resume with some of the conversation around the fire.
I wanted to come back and pivot off of some things that Chandra said, and I think he used the word sense of urgency. And I really support and endorse the need to elevate the sense of urgency on this discussion in the wildfire piece and the public education piece. Recently I reviewed, if you go onto the US Forest Service website, they've got the 50 towns most at risk in Oregon for wildfire, and they put a percentage chance that that town will burn. And yet the public education or public knowledge around this is still pretty, it's not nearly at the level that I feel it needs to be for two reasons. One, people's own personal safety, first and foremost. What can that community, do to help with its own resiliency? And it helps us with the social license that we are going to need to do many of the very things we've talked about, doing to get these forests, back into, better shape. So sense of urgency, I think, really needs elevated in this document.
All right. So we will track and bring back to the subcommittee both questions about filling in some of these strategy areas underneath the fire goal related to prescribed fire, smoke management, monitoring and evaluation, and this education and outreach component. Brenda?
Mike, is it okay if I share our discussion? So Mike and I were chatting just briefly here, and there's another piece that we need to call out here. And that is that, is it not on? Fuel management is important and prescribed fire is a piece of that, but as a society, we are not there. And more importantly, in my opinion, as a political set of politicians, we're not going to be there because some of these fires are going to break free and they're going to damage places that are not supposed to damage. And if that happens in somebody's district, their political career is done. So there has to be an acceptance on the part of the politicians, upon the society, upon this agency and the board, that there will be mistakes made, as Mike mentioned, and are they, all of those groups, willing to accept that? And my guess is we're not there yet. I'm not sure how we get there, and I think we need to some strategy piece in this document that addresses how we're going to get there. Otherwise, we're just going to be talking about this in another 10 years.
Okay, I see that in, at least as a starting place, a conversation about building social license and maybe tying it to some specifics that are, newer frontiers or different ways of thinking about how you do fire response and management. So subcommittee is not going to be the golden ticket on this, but we can start there and we'll work with the department, I think Mike in particular, to try to both look at sort of the bigger policy statement and specifically around this, the social license piece as it relates to prescribed fire fuels management. Jim, did you want to say
Just wanted
something?
to, pile on the idea around education and that Carla is bringing up. And yeah, in terms of safety for people related to fire, we're, you know, when it comes to home hardening and all of that, we don't have, you know, it's mostly in other jurisdictions where that's being dealt with. But I would suggest that we try to have a bold statement about education, you know, fire safe type programs and what more we can do. And, you know, maybe we don't have the money, but maybe we can be pushing the agency towards a policy option package related to more education. You know, when I walk around the Aubrey Butte neighborhood of Bend, I look at some of these homes with all you know, they'll have like an acre or something, and the property just be full of trees with a perfect fire ladder and everything. And I want to go in there and knock on their door and talk to them. And it would be great, you know, to take you know, the fire safe kind of program that actually then empowers somebody and that they've done the education and that they can go out and be ambassadors in their neighborhood. And I think that is within the kind of work that our department should be doing. And so it'd be great if we had a bold statement around education around fire safety.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate that and agree 100%. I think we need to tell our story better. And the story is different today than it was 30 years ago. And so I'm gonna say this is gonna sound a little weird, but we still talk Smokey Bear, right? And we have to go put out fires, and that's valuable, and we do. But I think we need to reframe the conversation around how do we build resilient landscapes and resilient communities?
Okay, I'm gonna say Smokey Bear at home as a member of the family. Yeah.
So related to the prescribed fire, as I thought about this a little bit more and had a side conversation with Brenda, as an agency employee who's in charge of our fire program, I looked at this and said, so what does, we all agreed we need a bold statement about prescribed fire. What does that mean? And that's a little difficult. And that's where I got wrapped around the axle a little bit and spawned this conversation. The agency doesn't conduct prescribed fire, right? We can promote on private lands, but private landowners and the public landowners that we provide protection on would be the ones to conduct that. And we don't force them to, we don't even tell them they need to. And so it's a little bit, how do we craft a bold statement about prescribed fire as an entity that would regulate prescribed fire, but not conduct prescribed fire? And there's a lot of, so that promoted the conversation. And then there's the social license that is challenging as well. So I think a lot of work still needs to be done. And I stand by earlier statement. I think a stronger statement, a bold statement about the utilization of prescribed fire is important in the document. It might be very difficult for us to get to something that actually makes sense. And as somebody reads this, either within the agency or outside the agency, understands how they fit into implementation of that at the ground level.
You know, we have a responsibility as a board to be dealing with forestry policy for the state, not just what the department does. And I get exactly what you're saying. But I think we still have that responsibility, even though, yes, it would be mostly handled by others.
Sure. So, Jim, to your comment on education, and absolutely, a lot of the big focal areas right now around defensible space and home hardening, they're very much in the wheelhouse of others, but one where we can definitely step up and be bold, and Mike and I have talked about it several times, is on the prevention side, specifically on wildfire prevention. You know, there's great programs on the structural side for how to not burn your house down. But for Oregon, we don't have an Oregon focused prevention program. That's something we own and we drive. We have great partnerships with groups like KOG, but ODF doesn't have something of its own. And it's something we've been trying to gradually build, but it's not something that's funded or staffed. So, you know, like a lot of great work, it gets added to the list. But I do think that's somewhere where we can very much step up and try to affect change, at least in the number of fires we're seeing. The other one I just wanted to throw out for the group is I think we would be remiss if somewhere in here we didn't have a strategy around trying to build understanding and alignment with our federal partners on the wildfire side. We hear about it constantly. But most of the time it's, you know, just folks being concerned or griping or complaining about differences in approach. But I think committing to actively engaging continuously to try to figure out, you know, can we help our federal partners and their work be more reflective of the state's policy and Oregonians' expectations for how fire is managed in Oregon?
Joy, I'm gonna ask Ryan to speak to that.
Yeah, so that a little further away. Just joining midstream here, have missed the earlier conversation, but as I'm hearing what's developing around me right now on this topic, I'm thinking a lot about the 20-year strategy that we've been working on as a department in conjunction with our other state and federal partners and other folks around the state. And I think that it speaks to that effort, and the shared stewardship effort speaks to a lot of the components that I'm hearing discussed. And so when we kind of jump into the implementation components of the strategy, of this strategic plan, just to keep these things clear, of this strategic plan, I think there are a number of elements within the 20-year strategy and that emerging building body of work around shared stewardship that will speak to some of these higher level elements that we're addressing right now within the strategic plan.
Yeah, and I just wanted to comment on both Mike and Joy's comments, which I think are good. But with prescribed fire, I still remain, I think you answered that question, that we need a strong statement. We're not just talking about the lands that we protect, we're talking about the state of Oregon. And I think prescribed fire should be an essential tool in again, another tool we use. It's not the only one. As far as fire prevention, yeah, I think we need to be looking at that. I do, Joy, and I've asked you this question before, the activities we take to, the messaging and stuff, how do we know they're effective? And this is getting in the weeds, but I always want to say, have we measured? Have we looked at the effectiveness? Have we seen a result from our approach? And it's, what I'm seeing is that that man-made fires are just our biggest cost. Anyway, I've asked that question.
So I think to Joy and Mike, I think you're, really spot on. And I do think we need to be bold, intentional, whatever you want to call it, in this area. 75% of our acres burned are on public lands. Right? Some say it's higher. I don't know. I'm using I think pretty reliable statistics, but of the 2,000 fires that we put out every year, it's only the 4 that the public hears about that we didn't, right? That social media awareness, building out defensible space and, getting this on people's minds that they're part of the Army helping is, the critical piece here. Social media is more powerful today than the news media. And I just think it's space we're going to have to be in, that it's going to be a significant tool for us to work with. So I think your comments are spot on.
Okay. Lots to do with this one. We anticipated that, right? So this is the first pass at looking at this specific goal of fire. So I think we're exactly where we need to be with this conversation, and lots of really good, helpful, clear feedback. So my suggestion is we take this back to the subcommittee. We pull Mike in to help with some of these conversations and crafting. Dave will be there as well as other executive team members from the department. And we'll bring something back to the group prior to your next board meeting. With that, I think let's move to the next and keep plugging along here. Climate leadership, I think that's Mike. So it's page 10 of your document.
Is that working? Okay. Oh, ooh. Thanks again for the record, Mike Wilson, ODF. So the climate leadership, this one's been in place for a while, and it really does link back to the climate change and carbon plan that was approved in November of 2021. So again, climate smart forestry, we're still using the term, not trying to indicate that there's anything, not trying to really differentiate, saying there's something climate stupid, but as I think was brought up a few times. But anyway, just really anchoring into the fact that we do need, as you'll see in the strategies, silviculture, really trying to establish things that both optimize climate mitigation, but then also the flow of wood products, not only for the storage, that carbon storage and long-term wood products, but just the fact that wood's good as well in terms of being a renewable thing to build with. So then we've talked quite a bit about fire and the strategy here really to maintain and adapt and modernize our complete and coordinated wildfire system to respond to that increased severity that is going to happen, and to deal with the smoke adapted communities, part of that as well, to try and mitigate the impacts of the fire and the smoke on communities. State forest management, it's a pretty broad statement, and it really links back to the forest management plan that of course will be coming to you in the near future. And of course you have very specific control over that and those performance measures there. Restoration, again, around accelerating the pace, scale, and quality of that climate appropriate forest restoration. I think we're basically thinking in a lot of the same veins here. There's a lot of overlap just with the wildfire or fire response piece there, and the things that we would do, and for just forest resiliency in general. Urban forest, don't want to forget about that, and increasing the extent and resiliency of those urban and community forests as well. And then post-fire. So, there is the post-fire, strategy. How do we deal with that? Again, there's place-based solutions. There's a lot of different things that we do there to, first of all, reforest those areas, and then, make sure that we're keeping appropriate stocking there, and so forth. And then back to one of my favorite things in the world here, supporting that strong and flexible land use planning system that Oregon has. It really is a cornerstone of everything we do, and keeping forests, making sure that we're not converting. And then a research and monitoring piece of it, and really we really do need to do that job of tracking the results of the activities that we implement, and continuing to research on the best ways to implement those things, basically so we can show what we're doing is working, or adapt if it's not. So with that.
It's the copy and paste from the CCCP.
I know, just because it's a subjective term or adjective. Establish a just and equitable transition. What are we meaning? Then I'm thinking like when you hand that off to the department, what would their interpretation be? And I always kind of go, if I can't figure it out, I would just say, so what is unjust and what is unequitable? What are we trying to nail down there?
That's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question. It's not my real place of expertise. But they're within the whole climate framework and really having the social justice piece there, making sure that folks are treated equitably, realizing that, the decisions that we make really do affect everybody. And, beyond wildfire, but that's one really good example there, the very immediate thing, but then water over time, as well as we look at increased drought, water supply to people, drinking water supplies, and so forth. I don't know. It's probably better thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks, Mike, for the overview. Just a suggestion for the subcommittee for future discussions. I had a phone call from a constituent, private landowner a couple of days ago, asking, what support can the agency provide to their forest, them and their forest, on implementing climate smart strategies and tactics on their lands. And it raised the question in my mind, is there a branch of ODF that will provide that kind of guidance around climate smart forestry and support for private landowners, especially small private landowners? Stewardship foresters may provide that, but may not. I don't know what the level of training is there.
Well, I'll punt that over to Mike Krun. But yeah, I would imagine that ends up being an expanded role and just kind of the advice that we do give.
Yeah, so we have a small forest landowner office within ODF, and I think that was where that would land, yes.
So thanks, Mike. But I guess my question is, if they went to that office and asked for assistance on how to implement climate smart forestry, would they get the guidance would you feel that they would get the guidance that they would need?
At this point in time, probably not. I think we do need additional training in ODF for
Yeah.
that. Yes.
Well, then maybe that's something that we can add as a bullet here to this. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I was just going to add to that. A year ago, I was at this area district, and I got asked that question: what is climate smart forestry? And Mike, I didn't tell you this, but I told him we need to learn and figure that out and get people trained. So I basically said I didn't know. So I have my own ideas, but I think that's an area of training we need to do. And I think that's a good bullet.
Ben Doimling. I think this conversation sort of brings to light that I struggle with this goal a little bit, where it says that the board and department will be leaders in promoting climate smart forestry policy and actions. And I wonder if we're obviously not leaders right now, or at least not in all areas. And I think the goal to strive to be leaders is a good one. I wonder if it would be better to have something along the lines of work towards. And I think it goes to this question that Brenda brought up, is that this is there's a lot of questions around what does climate smart forestry look like? How do we put that into practice on the grounds? And to just ask us to be leaders it's hard to figure out whether we're doing that or not. And I think it would be more useful to sort of say, we need to get better at this. And I think, if we're looking out 10 or 20 years, maybe the goal is that we have become leaders, but that's not going to happen overnight. And we have a lot of work to do to get there. And I think we need to call that out in this. And I like the goal, but there's some steps to get there.
So Brian just whispered in my ear, this is a conversation about building capacity for that leadership. So again, acknowledging kind of where you're at and where you want to be. And so maybe being leaders is the ultimate, but to actually build in strategies that help build capacity to become those leaders in these different areas. Okay.
I was just Kyle Abraham for the record. I'd also, I mean, I appreciate the strategies as they're laid out in your point, Ben, around sort of building, like implementing capacity. I think that's also some language probably in here. I'd like to see maybe some conversation around how do we build in strategies to include incentives so people can start to migrate to some of those practices and we can be better informed about implementing them. And so maybe we can talk with the subcommittee about trying to think about some language around getting, offering, developing, leveraging incentives to migrate.
I'll just add one other quick sort of organizational comment, which Danny shared with me here with a sticky note as well. So we're just passing notes around the table and sharing for different people. But in any case, I think a good suggestion would be to add either within the climate leadership component or under the organizational excellence, a strategy of having some internal training. That's an essential step for building the capacity that we aspire for climate leadership.
Ben, I really like what you said, and I think, those of us in production carry on a continuous improvement mindset. I don't think we know the answer to this, Cal. I think you're right. And we should be committed to learning, being leaders in learning and understanding, and have a continuous improvement mindset in this arena. And over time, really try and determine what really is working and best practices for very specific, areas.
So, and I would, sorry. That's where I was going to, Carla. It's like, I talked to Robin about the tone of this document and, are we being not so bold, but are we being optimistic? And I think just if you turn on or read anything about climate, there's always this emerging, people are solving things globally and everything. And so, I thought when I look at bullet number 3, lead by example and demonstrate climate smart forest management and emerging solutions. It's like, to me, that's like, let's be hopeful. Let's, connect into what's happening globally, nationally, and across the state.
Just a request, I guess, to the group. To me, the bullet on post-fire kind of hangs out there with a lot of questions around it. Certainly reestablishing a forest is a good first step. But what about storing carbon in soils, in dead wood, in regrowing vegetation that's not trees? I mean, there's a lot of detail there that I think could be added in maybe a parenthetical phrase. But there are so many issues around post-fire management that I think I'd appreciate hearing from folks around.
I just wanted to say a couple things before we kind of go to that subject. I
Yeah,
think that's
sure.
a whole different subject.
Okay.
But going back to, how can we help people who want to do climate smart forestry? And there's such an overlap between trying to build resilient forests and, in fact, it's kind of interesting to think about. Be a lot more landowners who might not, philosophically tie into climate smart forestry, but do want to have their forests be resilient. And I think it's important that we be sensitive around that language. Also, I think when we talk about training people within the department for climate smart forestry, how to answer that, we need to remind ourselves that it's not that complicated. Most of it, it's about looking forward in terms of the seed stock you use. It's avoiding monocultures. Most of it is really basic stuff. And, get deeper into it, you get into all the carbon issues, but let's not try to make it sound like it's more complicated than it is.
No, I just appreciate the conversation around the continued learning, I think is what you said, Carla. There's a lot of folks that are doing work in this area. It's evolving. There's a lot of partnerships out there around this as well. A lot of state agencies involved in conversations around sequestration and, the global, it's actually not the Global Commission anymore, right? What is it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Climate Action Commission, right? So I think also a commitment to that learning, to the board continuing to get that education as well. And then the partnerships that we have both inside government and outside of it is important to note here. I'll also mention that, I just noticed that there was the Explore Carbon Markets action that's actually in the Healthy Resilient piece of this that maybe is appropriate here as well. And then I wasn't sure if this was something we wanted to tackle here or was meant to be tackled here, but there is also the emissions side of the equation. And what the department does on its own, right, to try to cap those. And if there's best practices in the forest industry to think about that side. And so it's not forest management, it is kind of connected, right, of course, to that climate change question. And I don't know if we had discussed that before, and maybe it's addressed also in the carbon plan, I can't remember, but if we're trying to have emissions strategies as part of this or not.
I'd just like to add, I've been wanting to poke in here that I agree with Carla, that, man, this is more organizational. That when we get to the organization, that we don't lose that thought about being a learning organization. Is that, we do learn, we are accepting, and we actually look at what we're doing and see if it's effective, and that we stay up with the latest science, in quotes, and so on and so forth. Okay, enough.
Yeah, and just real quick, and Danny can give me the thumbs down if I'm completely wrong about this, but I believe some of that is addressed in the climate change and carbon plan. And I would flag that this is another clear place within this strategic plan where we can reference the climate change and carbon plan as one clear pathway to achieving some of the goals that we've outlined.
There's some pieces to this that maybe need to get either further clarified or more explicitly. Are there major changes that we're identifying for this one? Yeah.
Two pieces for me. One under the carbon is there's just a lot of documentation. I think California is just a great place for us to look. And I want to be sure in my mind, we have this answered. The Environmental Journal came out and said their, 2020 fires did so much damage to 18 years of good carbon work. And it just begs the question, if we can't control the wildfires, how do we run an effective carbon program? And I want to be sure that's answered in my mind, because it's not. Maybe it is in all of yours, but it is not in my mind. And California is really struggling with that question. So I think we need to struggle with it before we launch into something that we think is, going to be effective. And then just firefighter safety. Mike, when we were in Wallowa, and we were on the side of that hill, and I can't get that picture out of my mind of, we were talking about how we were going to handle the private forest accord and, fire and snags. And you just brought up firefighter safety. And I feel like that needs to be woven in here in this discussion somewhere. I just don't want to lose that piece.
For the record, Mike Shaw again. Yeah, firefighter safety is, it's our number one objective always in everything we do, whether that's at initial attack right out the gate or on large fire. When we have large fires on the landscape, it's our number one objective is we can't effectively go do our job if our folks aren't safe. We are really encountering some additional risks and hazards as time progresses and the wildfire problem progresses, and it revolves around snags. Generally speaking, where ODF operates, post-fire, private landowners are pretty aggressive at salvaging and taking down those overhead hazards and reforesting. What we see across the property line is not necessarily the same for a variety of good and bad reasons, right? I'm not going to judge whether it should or shouldn't be for whatever reason. But when we have these mega fires on the landscape, 100,000 plus acre fire, and salvage does not occur, those standing snags become an impediment to safely engaging at initial attack. And what we see is fires that reoccur in those landscapes do not get aggressively initial attacked for safety reasons. And they then transfer risk back to private lands as they come back off of those lands. And that is, we saw that several times this year alone. And it's going to continue to be a challenge for us to provide a safe environment for our firefighters to engage. And it's going to become a social problem relative to the ability to go salvage landscapes. The story that I tell is 2006 Black Crater fire on the Deschutes National Forest, started in the wilderness, came off of the wilderness into general forest and then onto private lands for a private landowner. And the private landowner salvaged and reforested, and the forest was unable to for a variety of reasons. Fast forward to 2017, fire started in the wilderness, came onto the forest, was in a snag patch, unable to go address that fire on the ground until it came off of the federal ownership and back onto private land for the second time. And we burned 1,000 acres of private ownership for the second time, 11 years after the first time, because that was the safe place that we could actually engage. And that's going to continue to happen. And that's a very difficult problem. And so all that said, the large fires on the landscape are going to continue to pose problems for us. I don't have an answer.
So realistically, when we're talking about salvage logging, unless we make some sort of moral argument in terms of our role as a Board of Forestry, given the fact that you're telling us that most private landowners are aggressive in salvage logging, it's mostly for us an issue around what our policy is on our state lands. Would everybody agree with that?
So Mike, Brenda.
Okay, I'll agree to that. I mean, in terms of direct control, absolutely. And so I mentioned this the other day, I'll mention it again. Our Sandy Am example, post 2020, just given our forest management plan and that, and I'm not saying it's perfect, all right, but it was the thing. And we had to balance those trade-offs as well. And so there's definitely it's an example, maybe something we should go look at. The other thing is I'll harken back to the Tillamook burn, right? Because that's just so foundational. Back to the Tillamook burn, because it's so foundational for our program, obviously. But we need to look at the history of salvage and what that's brought us in a lot of other ways in terms of resiliency. So I'm not saying that salvage is wrong. I'm definitely a balanced approach kind of person, but after every Tillamook burn, they went in and they salvaged, right? They salvaged that area for a long time. And they did it with the approach of taking the green trees that were left as well as the snags. Now we've all seen the sea of snags picture, but there were green areas out there as well. It was a mixed severity burn. I don't want to minimize it, but the fact is there were areas that were green. That really hampered reforestation and forest health in the long term, taking away seed source, native seed source that could have helped. And so our fallback is to struggle and find something, some way to reforest. And yeah, replanting, but we all know that that was a fairly small percentage. And it was mostly aerially seeded then with offsite seed. And where has that gotten us today? And so I think we really need to, we know a lot more now than we did then. Great. So let's apply that. And it kind of brings me around to something I wanted to bring up earlier is when you're thinking about, how do we do this stuff? How do we do it? Well, there's the Forest Practices Act and there are reforestation requirements. And I think it's good to be thinking ahead to how those requirements could be adjusted. Because if you're starting off and it's really hard to play catch up. And right now we have reforestation requirements that are designed to assure free to grow conditions in a certain period of time, relatively quickly after harvest, that are really focused, not that a landowner has to have this objective, but the way it's set up, it's really focused on maintaining a commercial crop. And maybe the focus of that needs to change and some flexibility needs to be in there, some kind of incentivization for a broader range of species, a lower planting density. I'm a big proponent of that one because you chase it throughout the life of the stand then as you're trying to continue the volume growth. But anyway, and that plays right into the greenhouse gas piece as well, because every time you go in and do an entry, you're burning fossil fuels to do it. So it's all wrapped up there. But anyway.
Who knew that raising the issue of firefighter safety would take us into this conversation? I think there's a question on the table I have about if and where this fits into your vision document, if and where this fits into a different forum or space for a policy conversation that you've sort of teed up, Mike. So I'm going to go to Brenda and then we'll.
Yeah, I guess two things. I think it does fit in the vision document because it is part of the resilient forests piece. And so maybe that's where it goes, maybe not so much here. I'm not sure. That's something for the subcommittee to talk about. But like almost every decision in management of forests, it's not an all or nothing proposition, right? So Mike, I don't know what the opportunities are, but we know that if we remove deadwood from a system, we're compromising certain pieces of ecological integrity. But if we don't remove it, then we endanger firefighters. So is there a opportunity to work across ownership boundaries to create a snag-free or low snag density zone where you could manage the forest fires safely before it gets onto these private land? I mean, so I'm trying to think of, there must be compromises here. I can't see it as an all or nothing proposition.
Yeah, absolutely. I by no means am I promoting the concept of going out to a mega fire and salvaging 100,000 acres, lock, stock, and barrel. I think it takes intentional conversations and intentional decision making, much like a lot of the conversation has been around the table. I think on the federal ownership piece, where those large fires have existed and are creating some challenges, our federal partners are key and critical to our success, and we work very closely with them. So I don't want to misinterpret that this is about them or what they do or don't do. They're phenomenal partners and we work very close. Those folks are hamstrung by some of their own policies and bureaucracies, right? Like we are within our own agency, right? We do things to ourselves. So it's a matter of, I go back to some education and outreach and maybe changing the narrative on what the salvage is about. I think in the past, some of the salvage is all been about trying to get what sort of value we can post-fire. And I think we need to transition to a little bit of a different narrative about why we would go to certain places and salvage. And it's for exactly what you're talking about. And the forest has done a really good job of identifying what they call pods, operational places that you can, quote, catch a fire or anchor into suppression activities. And I think we need to maximize those opportunities and do that in these past fire scars. So there is that work. It's not perfect, and it's an ongoing challenge.
I'd like to go back to Mike's point on the reforestation. That seems to lead to a strategy here of specifically encouraging a review of the Forest Practices Act around reforestation as to making sure that fits within it, that or if it needs changes to encourage resilient forests that those specific policies feed to that goal of resilient forests or not. And so that seems like something specific I heard that we should look at.
Right. Are we seeing, I'm seeing head nodding, is that? You want to go there, okay. Go ahead, Liz.
So when we get to the salvage piece, I still believe this is an overarching document. And I believe that on a site-specific basis, that's where you need to, make that determination on to salvage or not salvage, because that's a project level piece. And I would like to see us keep all the tools at this high level and not preclude them at this point in time, because every acre in Oregon is going to be different. Every intensity of burn is going to be different. The use, we were in Bend, sitting at the edge, and there were residents just anxious to get into those areas. And you had that poor forest supervisor saying, we can't get you in there safely. So this area is closed, a really popular area. So it's not just about harvest, it's about access, it's about safety, it's about a recreating public. So I just think it's a site-specific project level decision at that point, and to keep all the tools.
This is Ben Doimling. I just want to echo what Liz said, because I completely agree. And I think going back to your question of where does post-fire, where does that topic fit in this document? And I think it goes back to that goal. And I think in this case, the resilient forest goal of, is that post-fire activity, whatever that activity may be, is that going to be contributing to creating a resilient forest into the future? Is it going to be contributing to our fire outcomes and goals that we're looking for into the future? That's the yards, those goal sentences are the yardsticks by which we measure these decisions. And so I think it is a strategy, but that strategy will change depending on where we are and what particular patch of forest it is. But we have to measure it by that outcome.
And Ben, I think you're on the right track. I mean, if you look at the San Am example, I mean, after that fire burnt, there was some public outcry of the people who did not want to see any salvage logging, but it was the state forester's decision to go in there and do, and the board wasn't consulted as it should be. But I think we shouldn't go beyond the language, the kind of language that you just suggested, that the state forester, whatever happens post-fire, that the state forest is mindful. Is it contributing to the goals of creating a resilient forest in that area? Something along those lines, I think, would probably as far as we should go.
So hopefully this is additive and not getting too operational here. But as I'm listening to this conversation, thinking we're talking about really what are the tools that are available? How do we use them? Where do we put them? And how do we decide those things? There's a lot of coordination that's required as well, because if we're going to do this work effectively, we know we're working at a landscape scale, we're working across ownerships, and there are different constraints. Policy constraints, objectives, et cetera, on those different ownerships. And we talk a lot about coordination around fire suppression. Increasingly, we talk about coordination around landscape resiliency. Post-fire restoration is becoming kind of a thing that we're finally starting to acknowledge and talk about. Anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is somewhere within a strategy or the set of strategies that we're talking about really needs to be coordination with all of the landowners whoever they are in a particular geography to make a decision at scale so that we're using the right tool in the right place to accomplish those landscape objectives while also being cognizant of the other concerns that the communities, the landowners, the land managers, et cetera, might have.
So just to bring this full circle, the whole reason I brought this up is if those US Forest Service scientists are half right, we have a lot more fire ahead of us. Which means we've got a lot more dangerous, aftermath. And what I really care about is that we address firefighter safety in this discussion and we really call it out because that's the business we're in. And putting anything in writing that makes us less safe over time doesn't, we need to address.
Okay, so we've got some work to do on this. This conversation to me is going back into two of the other goals. So that'll be addressed through the resilient forests piece, as well as taking a closer look at the fire response. There's a number of flagged strategies to incorporate. Let's move to the final goal of organizational excellence. And it was a hot potato over the break, so I'm not sure who's leading us out on this one. Or Ryan's back. You can throw him under the.
Was it supposed to be me? I can't remember, but. Oh, all right. I'll start, Joy, and then you can help me out. So the first thing I'll say up front is I know that the executive team spent some time with this text and the changes that we discussed there, I don't believe are incorporated in this version. I made a few, I'm looking at Brent, made a few errors in choice in saving the file and lost my immediate notes. And so I'm working to reconstruct that. But I've got that stuff and we'll get that incorporated in future versions. So that's the upfront caveat. Beyond that, though, some things on my mind that I wanted to share, and this leads in a little bit as well, I think, to some next steps. We said this before, this is the part of the document that the agency really owns. And I think it's really important that we get some of the right elements in here because this is what I think staff will be looking to really see themselves in this product. And I think we've got some work to do there and some work that we can do, I think, through the leadership team as well to make some of those additions and create some of that ownership. And I can talk more about that when we kind of talk about next steps as well. So with that up front, I actually was just looking at this and I wrote a couple of notes down for myself. I think there are some strategies that are missing. So in the context, we highlight a number of things, in particular, working with sovereign nations and, creating an inclusive working environment. We need to develop some strategies around that are not clearly articulated there. So I'll flag that. I think the safety, firefighter safety question as well that came up earlier, it would be good to more broadly define that in the context of employee safety. We do a lot of risky stuff as a department in the business that we're in land management. We probably have more saw hours in the off season than we do during the fire season, for example, and that's a pretty dangerous job. So I would suggest that we create some strategies there. I think with that, I'm just going to pause for a minute and see if Joy or others want to add.
Ryan, I talked about this earlier. I'd like to have a statement about being a learning organization. Okay.
No, I think Ryan covered kind of the key components. I think just super high level, at least how I've been viewing this one and where I'm coming from in various conversations is this is what does ODF need to do and be as an organization to make all the rest of it possible? And a lot of it is just good government operations. It's transparency, it's accountability, it's, consistent, reliable reporting, all of those very basic good organization, good business practices. But also looking at, because of the dangerous work we do, the stressful work we do, the unique work we do, the challenges around workforce, and how do we ensure we have these highly capable people and we're bringing them into the organization and keeping them there. So yeah, essentially it's how do we have the structure and resources to do everything else we need to do to make this vision possible.
Just a question. I know that we have department leadership and board leadership under climate change, and it just seems that this is really calling out for a statement on y'all as leaders. Organizational excellence doesn't come without you being excellent leaders. So is there a phrase in there that you can lead out on your leadership?
Ben Doimling, I guess one process question and then a couple thoughts. When there isn't a goal here yet, and yeah, just I think it would be good to, just for continuity's sake, have a goal sentence there.
Just a follow-up on that. I wonder if what Liz was just talking about is one for consideration of really articulating your goal of being leaders in this work. So I just making a little dot connection there for you.
And the question I have, or maybe the addition that I'm not quite seeing here yet is, and this goes, I think, for the board and the department, is we write rules and regulations for our constituents, for the people in Oregon. And are we doing a good job of that? Are we getting it right? Are we making it overly complex? Are we, it comes into, I think it all comes over the overarching term of good governance. And I want to make sure that we are thinking about how the work that we do lands and how it, do we get it right? And that sort of that continuous improvement of, we're working on this with the new PFA rules right now. We work really hard to try to get it as right as possible. Probably going to come back and do some fixes over the next number of years. That's good governance in my mind. And wanting to make sure that we keep the landowners and operators in mind with the work that we do.
I'm going to change topics, Cal. So if you go ahead.
Just wanted to tag on to Ben. That's part of that's encapsulated in my concept of a learning organization. That you study what you've done, you monitor it, you measure it, and then you make changes in your actions to improve your performance. So you're open to and feedback, yeah.
So I just wanted to focus in on one of the bullets, continue to build a strong and diverse agency workforce, which is great. But the information that we were provided on the survey results for the agency would indicate that you may be building a diverse workforce, but not everybody feels safe and included in that workforce. And so maybe a follow-up statement here on this bullet to say that and strive to ensure that every employee feels included and safe in their work.
That's excellent. That's an excellent organization. Excellent. Oh, you want to?
That's pretty easy to measure and pretty easy to put goals to. Our organization just went through a DEI audit. We have lots of audits in the organization. You know, on the safety front, Ryan, that's really easy. You know, mod ratings are used every day to determine our risk level in business by how many incidents and what you're going to pay for insurance. So a lot of these things are just really quick, measurable, and, you know, not at all hard to put a goal behind. And I would just encourage us on the continuous improvement. If you can't measure it, you kind of have no idea where you are or where you're landing. Yeah.
Thanks, Chandra Ferrari, for the record. Well, everyone's pretty much said everything that I had noted down, so I appreciate that. The commitment to adjustment and continuous learning, as I think highly valuable. The diverse agency workforce, Brenda, I appreciate your suggestion there as well. And I also think something around, I mean, one of the key metrics I think we might be able to look at is retention. You know, are the folks that you're getting into the agency, are they sticking around? Do they want to stick around? And how are we able to keep a long lasting workforce, right? So maybe something along those lines also. I was interested in if some sort of communications bullet in here might be appropriate, that, you know, are we communicating through the right channels to the right folks to communicate successes, to communicate challenges, to receive feedback on what we're doing. And I know it's kind of captured a little bit in there in the write-up, but maybe a more focused bullet on that point could be helpful too.
All right. So good feedback, enough to go on ET. All right, so I just tracked connecting with communities, good governance that includes feedback mechanisms and transparent monitoring and communication. Upfront, a goal is needed, and one suggestion is to look at framing around being leaders in this work. And Cal's point of being a continuous learning organization. Adding in safety and inclusion with regards to strong and diverse agency workforce and retention, either as a strategy or as a metric. Inclusive working environment, employee safety that includes safety for firefighters and others. And this was mentioned in the previous conversation about coordinating with all landowners on place-based management decisions. So some version of that seems like you also want to put that as a reflection into your organizational excellence. Yes.
I just had a thought, and I was thinking of Ben and your resiliency piece, and I thought it would be kind of fun to do for full circle. And on the fifth bullet, continue to build a strong, diverse, and resilient agency. Like added, because you all know what that'll be by then. And your lane track, as you're building, you're going to be pushing yourselves. And so how do you stay resilient as a workforce and strong?
Okay, any questions or from the ET on what you've heard on the feedback on this section? There was a lot more work done by the executive team on this that had details around activities and even some metrics. And we kind of pulled that out for now so that it stayed consistent with the rest of the document where it's at in its progress. So that body of work is still sitting there. It's just not in this version. But again, questions back from the ET about what you've heard? Okay, so we'll talk about next steps. I do encourage you to take a look at the additional resources. There's a bunch of kind of context links to different descriptions for climate smart forestry, the National Wildfire Cohesive Strategy, the department's language within their diversity, equity, and inclusion plan, piece on tribal relations that may actually get updated after the conversations that you all had yesterday. Place-based implementation, that's one of those that has been tooled and retooled. So look at that. Ecosystem services is another. And then we have a placeholder for this umbrella description of management. And so that's something the subcommittee will revisit. But I think what we've done is moved off of the need to look real prescriptive at the various versions of management and rather make it a description that encompasses the toolbox that you are setting some intentions around with this vision. So I'd encourage folks to look at that. There are additional reference materials, links to different pieces that we're informing and crosswalking into this vision. And then if you look, there's a really high level 2024 plan to finalize this vision and move into action planning and implementation. And so we'll talk about this in a moment, but because we have a little time, I wanted to just take one step back and ask you all to kind of come back around to the question that Chandra asked the group, which is, if what we keep saying is we were looking to be bold in this, and we do see some obvious areas where there's an opportunity to make a statement that is bold about some of these directions that you're setting. But is it showing up everywhere? Is it showing up in all of these goals? And so I just want to invite you to reflect on that for a moment and make some observations about where you see this vision is making bold statements, is setting some bold direction. Bold doesn't have to be controversial, by the way. It doesn't have to be controversial. It may be, but it doesn't have to be. So the question is really about, where are you making some bold directional guidance here that may look different than it used to?
I really appreciate Chandra bringing that point up, and thank you, Robin, for giving us the time to sort of circle back to that. And I think most of it's there. I don't know that the tone is quite there in the document. And to me, the boldness in here comes from we have a lot of work to do, and we want to be doing that work. And I think I appreciate Carla's sort of point about sort of where are we and where are we wanting to go. And I think maybe we could, helping to sort of elucidate the boldness of this, is a little bit more description of where we are. And maybe a couple sentences in the beginning here, we talk about change, but I think we also need to be talking about the fact that a lot of our forests are fairly fragile right now. And we don't have really resilient forests across our landscape. There's patches of, I think, really high quality resilience in our forests across the state, but there are patches that aren't that. And I think acknowledging that out loud and saying, there's work to do right now. This isn't just something we're going to do as we go along into the future. There's forests that are not meeting our standards, and we should be working actively to get there. And that's the boldness that I think is encapsulated here. And I think we could do a little better job of saying that out loud.
I think it's going to take boldness in our relationships to much of what we're putting together to employ it. Meaning, when I watch our firefighters and our folks in the field, I mean, I just think you are all amazing in your relationships. You move through, in and between and within relationships, whether it's BLM or Federal Forest Service or private or the community or the city, or you just are masters at that. And you make things happen like right now. And yet, and I've been thinking about this a lot, because I've said more than once, when we have meetings in Salem, they feel very different to me than when we're in the field. And when we're out, seeing things and listening to the folks in the field. And I think we're going to have to really rebuild some relationships. There's a lot of conflict with those relationships politically and in Salem. And my sense is we can't overlook that. because we're going to need those county commissioners. We're going to need a lot of these partners to do many of the things we want to do. So I think we're going to have to be bold and intentional on all of our partners and relationships.
I'm wondering, this isn't very pleasant, but I'm wondering if we really have a duty to be very clear with the public that under the best of circumstances, that in our near future, our situation with fire is going to be devastating. And there really is no scenario that we visualize that changes that in the near term. And try to make a statement about what's obvious to all of us, which is that all of this resiliency work has to be done at a completely different level of scale. And that's really only going to have effect on the long term. I mean, it's sobering to say the things I'm saying, but I think we may have a duty to be very clear with the public that we can't wish this away.
I was just going to jump in real quick. Coming back to the relationship piece, Carla, that you were raising, I think that's really important. I already said it earlier, so I won't belabor that, but coming around full circle then to the question about whether this is bold enough. And I was thinking kind of more of the relationship social side of it's kind of half and half, right? There's the sort of ecological component of what we're talking about here. And then there's the social component of making it happen. And that's an internal and an external thing. That's how we relate to staff and build that workforce that we aspire to build. It's how we relate to and work with the communities around the state, and how we use information from both of those internally and externally to help make those decisions and frame them up, et cetera. And so for that question, is it bold enough? I think on the social side, I would come back to what Ben said. I think all the components are there, but I think we still have some work to do to really integrate all of it, and make some really intentional statements about how the what and the how of working with tribes, of being sincere about engaging with a broader community around the state to better understand issues and needs, et cetera. So I think that would be my feedback on kind of on that question, sort of on the other half of the equation.
Thanks, Ryan. So when I was thinking about this question, I like to start with the problem statement or the status quo problem statement, right? If we were doing everything the way we wanted it to be done, we probably would be having this conversation right now for hitting all of our goals, right? That means there's work to be done. There's things that can be different. So if you look at this document and you see all these different actions and the stuff that we're doing already, or it seems like we're doing already, or the public would think we're doing it already, then it's like, what are we going to do? What are we doing differently about the implementation of those actions? So I think we need to be really clear about where we're saying, yeah, we're doing this. We need to increase the pace and scale of what we're doing here, right? And that's our commitment here. That's what we're going to do different. Or are we saying we have new thinking on this issue, right? This is a new paradigm that we're trying to implement. This is what it looks like. Or we need new tools. We don't have the tools that we need. We're going to be promoting like innovative approaches here, and we're going to be trying to figure those things out. We're going to get the experts in the room. Maybe it is that carbon storage conversation. We don't know if it's working other places. We need to figure out if it will. I don't know. Or it's new priorities, or we're saying we have all this menu of actions. We're going to focus on this one. And I'm not saying we're necessarily going to do that in this document, but those are the sorts of things I think about. Or new measures of accountability. We're committing to actually this metric in this time frame, right? And that's what we're telling you that we're going to be trying to do. And we're going to come back if we don't hit that. So those are to me bold things, where it's like I can look at here and see, oh, we're doing it differently over the next 5 to 10 years in this way, even if it's actions that we're already doing now. And so I think you're right, Ryan and Ben, they're in here, a lot of them, but the language doesn't seem terribly urgent. The specificity on what we're doing differently isn't necessarily in there. And I think maybe a global problem statement that kind of gets at Jim's point of like, we're not going to solve all of this, but it's really important that we're making some really tangible progress in the short. Like we don't have the luxury of delay, right? Like there are huge consequences and we have a huge part to play here. Like I'd just love to see that kind of jump out a little bit more at the beginning. This is serious and it's urgent and we're doing things differently, you know?
Brenda and Carla.
Thanks, Chandra, for that. I completely agree. And I like Jim's idea of calling out duties. And I'm wondering if maybe we should have something, in here, either in each section or overall, what are our duties? Because addressing fire is clearly one. Addressing climate change, which is kind of initiating some of these problems, is another. We have duties to follow the law, federal and state. And so things like the Endangered Species Act certainly come up, and I don't see that really highlighted in this document yet. We have duties to society, to have a workforce and an agency that reflects the demographics and values of society as a whole. And I think that's a duty that we have a lot of work to do to initiate. And there are probably some others I'm not thinking about, but I really think that the subcommittee should consider what some of these duties are. And if any of you have recommendations, send them on, because I think it does put a pin in those things that we really need to focus on.
In addition to bold, I'd like to add the word innovative. And some of our firefighters, we know we lay them off many of them at the end of the year. So we lose that training, that continuity, and yet we've got this huge mitigation piece. This agency needs new outside dollars. Well, there's outside dollars that are going to be, really available at the federal level. We need to get really competitive. How do we make those year-round positions for that, to really address that turnover piece and the mitigation piece? And we've got those good neighbor authorities. We intentionally, put the pedal down on those, agreements. And how do we bring private assets to our problem and get scalable? Because right now, we said we had to be at 500,000 acres a year. We can't even spell scalable at this point, to your very point. So I think we're going to have to be a little entrepreneurial and innovative and look at new revenue sources aggressively because we're kind of on a flatline, agency budget and a declining state lands budget. And I think we've got to be pretty realistic where we're at financially and what are we going to do about it? So I think we have to put our entrepreneurial hat on.
Any other bold? Ow. All right, it's okay. You do have something to say.
Well, acknowledge, I think all these things are good and they are bold statements. Realizing the department can't do all the things. I mean, like we can't, we have to work with our partners, our legislators, our governor, and we all acknowledge that, right? But no, I think, but if you don't put up the goals and you don't put the aspirations out there, you'll never get it. And I think that's what we need to do. I also like being brutally honest about what the situation is. So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm hearing in this, there are some places that I think the subcommittee can go back and find some stronger language within the introduction. So it's kind of tied to the duties. It's kind of tied to where are we going to be doing things differently and where do we see the need to either increase pace and scale of our efforts or make complete innovative shifts, pivots. I think the other place where this could really be articulated is in the next phase of this, where the department really takes a look at these and says, here are the various tools that we think we would apply in our activities. And we're going to point out to you, board, where we see them being either very different than what we did before, more emphasis or focus, which is a kind of a reprioritization or a shift in priorities, and opportunities for innovation. So those three areas, I think, are a place where we could, once you establish kind of the higher order, and I do think it is on you to say directionally, this is where we are looking for being bold and what that means to us, and meeting the moment of what the sense of urgency and need really is, and the sort of weight of that's different, and then asking the agency to kind of think about how what spaces you see for doing things differently, more of the same, but enhanced, completely different, different pivot, innovation altogether. And then bringing those back and having a more robust and clear conversation with the board about making those prioritizations. And then the accountability piece will be a big piece of that too. So I think there's work to do on this document that the subcommittee can continue to lead and bring back to you to reflect these conversations. And I do think some of this, it takes you into your next phase of making these actionable and being really clear about where the department is going to be sending your work and doing your work. I'm seeing heads nodding, so I'm assuming that you are kind of agreeing and then in that agreement with me. So to that, we have about 15 minutes or 20 to pivot over to what the next steps are. And I'll just kind of, just to orient back to the document, super drafty, loosely articulated 2024 plan for what's next with this. Based on today, my assumption is subcommittee continues to do work together, bring updated drafts, and that we really try to conclude this piece of the puzzle in January, when you come back together in January. And from there, we'll kick into the action planning and implementation. And generally, you've got prongs of this work, and Joy will talk a little bit more detail, but just as a kind of stage setting, there's a body of community engagement work that's happening right now, and there will be a public review of some sort of this work. There's a need to further connect the plan with staff and do action planning that actually helps staff see where they are in this vision. And then establishing and updating your indicators, your progress measures, and some tracking system for that, so that you're maintaining a sense of accountability as well as transparency in that effort, and really tiering it to the goals that and strategies you've established in this overarching vision. So that will basically happen all next year. I've got a sort of general idea of how that goes, but I think between Joy and Ryan, we can hear a little bit more about what the plan is.
Are we gonna arm wrestle again over who goes first? Do you want to lead in or?
Sure.
Okay, great.
So, as Robin said, super drafty. And just to be clear for everybody, the components that we'll be collecting internal and external input on are the ones that are in front of you now. It's not the full tactical end of this. It's very much focused on the strategy and getting folks comfortable with what will be the foundation for building those action plans and metrics. So I think Robin covered kind of the key high points of it around OKTs currently doing work. Then there'll be ODF-led work with stakeholders, partners, general public. That'll be early next year. And we'll be bringing both the subcommittee and then later the board report outs on what we're hearing. We'll also be doing internal feedback collection, both with agency leadership and with staff generally. Initially, it'll be kind of really high level, more quantitative collection, but the goal would be later in the process to have more direct engagement, focus group type stuff to really understand how folks are viewing it, how they're understanding it, and what we can better do to help them connect to it and really see the board and department's vision and connect to it. And yeah, basically when this timeline ends in August, that's about the time where we'll really be digging into the action and metric planning and getting all of that locked in and in place. Once folks have seen it in full, they've seen the adopted version, they know what all it is. That way our folks at the field level can really help us build something reasonable and implementable. Brian, what did I miss?
I might like take a little step back and actually put a little context around it too, in terms of the feedback and how we might how we use it, I think, as well, how we get it and how we use it. One thing that's really important, I think, is that, you know, the board and the executive team really own the document that we've been working on right now, and we'll continue to own it and build it. It's important that we have some external input, certainly through a transparent public process, but we got to have some reasonable sideboards on that as well, recognizing all the effort that has gone into getting us this far. And I want to be really also respectful of the subcommittee's time. Those folks did commit to a year or so of engagement, and we want to be careful that that doesn't start to bleed out longer and longer and longer. So I think we've already added a little bit here today. We talk about, kind of bringing some more back in January, and I'm sure it will creep into the new year a little bit. But I did want to, provide that kind of context up front. And just set expectations, also for the internal component. I think what's really important there, and what I hear Joy speaking to, is working with our leadership team to really think about how we start to flesh out the strategies and implement the strategic plan. And that does a couple of things for us. One, it helps to give them some ownership and understanding over it, but it also makes sure that we have strategies and measurable actions that we can take that make sense, and that we can actually measure. I think that's really important, and I think that's this a good body of work through the next calendar year to try to develop that and bring it about. And then the last piece that I would just mention real quickly as well is, I think it's going to be probably a couple biennia forward, an opportunity to realign or reset the agency's KPMs, our key performance measures, to be more in alignment with the measures that we develop to track our progress on the strategic plan. That just makes sense across the board, I think, in terms of some ease of process, transparency, and it frankly, our key performance measures are pretty outdated at this point, and are ready for a refresh. And I think that the legislative fiscal office and the other powers involved in that conversation are really receptive to the idea of trying to make some of those changes. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be far enough along to get it in for the 25-27 biennium, but we'll be working in that direction. So I hope that helps a little. I just wanted to kind of put some broader context around it. And is that making sense for? Yeah, I mean, so Robin is reminding me again. I think clearly after yesterday, we had we took a really great first step in having some conversations with the 9 federally recognized tribes. That was really the first step we've taken as a board and an agency in a more formal way. And clearly there's a need to incorporate some continued dialogue with them into this work as well. And that's something that we're going to need to also try to figure out. Again, understanding that we're not looking to drastically change all the good work that's gone in here, but what are we missing? And what are some things that can be massaged to really set that high level vision, and then circling on the backside to figure out how we're going to accomplish it.
Ben Doimling, thanks Ryan and Joy for laying this out. And this is, I think, an important piece of this. I'm excited about this. I was wondering if you could talk a little more specifically about the feedback and especially that sort of the ODF leds. You list sort of focus groups, stakeholders and partners. How that might unfold, who's going to be in charge of that. Because I think that's a really important piece that there's a lot of people who want to give us feedback. And I want to make sure we create space for that.
Great question. I wish I had an equally great answer. As far as owning the process, that'll be me and my team helping head that up. And we're still kind of framing out what those questions will be, what those opportunities will look like. So more to come.
Yeah. Carla's been over here whispering she's about how glad she is not to be on your committee. And yeah, so and the feeling is mutual. But anyhow, I think the one thing I did want to bring up, as thankful as we are for the work that you all have been doing, we are truly thankful. That doesn't stop me from wanting to pile on more. And I'm thinking about the fact that I think the promise was to update the forestry plan for Oregon every 8 years. And by the time we adopt this, where are we going to be? 12, 13? Something like that. And I was thinking about what that means. And it means there's no board members that were there at the time that version was adopted. There was the state forest, I'm sure some staff, but even not probably a whole lot on the executive team. So and so it's given that it was kind of real easy to just throw out the baby and then go through this big process that we've done, and it's been something we needed to do. Do we need to do this in the future? I hope not. And so what I would be asking all of you is, what can you recommend back to us for an iterative process? And what kind of timeline going forward so that we can do something that isn't we all have continuity, and the people who've worked on this and understand why we did the things we did, and that we don't have to do a restart over. Go ahead.
We do have to do a restart over. Because things will have changed between now and 8 years from now sufficiently that we're going to have to dig into this again.
Well, what I'm suggesting is that we change that 8 years, or I'd like you guys to think about what could we have an iterative process of some review at some period of time, be it 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 year. I don't know, but I think this idea of promising ourselves 8 years and then going beyond it, yeah, it does create a whole restart. And is that what we want?
I think
Just for the record, I told him to thank the committee.
So something got lost in the translation between that chair and that chair.
Okay. So Jim, I think this question, and Ryan and I have talked about this, and I know I've talked with other people, how do we keep these documents alive? Right. We just don't want to prune them, put them in a binder and stick them on the shelf. And so we've been talking about web strategies and the ability to get feedback and creating, again, this is in line with learning organization, that we take on those seriously and do updates. But I think at some point we're going to have to jump into it and really tear it apart. But Ryan, I know you have ideas on that, because that's what you did. A lot of this work as your PhD, right? This type of stuff.
Well, I didn't do a lot of strategic planning there, no, but
I mean, how do you work with society on these things?
My recollection really of our early conversations, and my suggestion would be certainly that we're looking at this in a formal way on a more regular basis than 8 years. I think as Jim and others I'm hearing are suggesting. I think we also have the opportunity though to really keep it alive and fresh by the close connection that I was just describing between how we're implementing it. And tracking our progress on that. And, if we have a good system there that really ties in across the agency with with our regular work planning and is connected to our key performance measures, hopefully we're going to start making progress and checking things off the list. And as we do that, then that's an opportunity to talk about, okay, well, what's the next kind of stretch goal, I think, to Chandra's point. And that's how those updates and changes will happen iteratively. Certainly, I believe there will be a need at some point to kind of, really open up, I guess for an analogy, really open up the hood, maybe pull the engine out and do some rebuilding, of course, but.
We can schedule that as soon as I cycle off. Look at the calendar when I cycle off, and that'll be a good day.
Hey, Ryan, I'm not gonna put this on your punch list, and you might want to talk about that, but at some point. Yeah, but we need to put that on someone's punch list. Yeah.
Will be a long-term project.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll add that to the long list of action items for the subcommittee to consider when they get back together. And I think just to kind of close out for today, more to come, obviously, but again, I just want to thank all of you for leaning in and your willingness to bring some candor to these conversations. Sometimes that's not easy where you're all sitting. I understand that. And I just appreciate the sort of openness and candor with which you've been approaching this body of work, and particularly today's conversations. The subcommittee, we beg of you that you'll stick around for another couple months. And that we collectively can bring an updated body of work to the board and executive team at the January. So make some space at the January board meeting with some iteration between now and then, so that we're real close when we get together again in January. So we'll require everybody putting your eyeballs on this, a little extra from the subcommittee to work on it. And then we'll have some more conversations with the department about kind of what the next steps are and sort of mapping that out a little bit more clearly for kind of understanding in January. And maybe have a proposal for how you do iterative updates to this going forward that might look different than it used to. But we'll put that on as a procedural conversation for the subcommittee to do some thinking around and come back. So I think there's a lot here. I don't need to go back through and summarize all the details, but trust that we're tracking it. We are doing right by you, and that you'll see something before January from the subcommittee. And I just want to give a little extra shout out to Ryan for your service with this work and everywhere in the organization, but specifically to this project. I really appreciate all that you've done. Thank you. All right. So anything more for the good of the order from our chair or members of the subcommittee?
I think a round of applause for the subcommittee as well.
Carla told you to say that.
Yeah.
Finally.
A slow process.
Lunch. Okay, off to lunch. And I think it's Hillary, is it a 1:30 start or 1 o'clock start for the group? It's a 1 o'clock start back here, and you get to move into governance. Sorry. 1:15. 1:15. See y'all back here.
This was the one.
You're not fooling names.
And we are preparing for our afternoon subject and Clark and Ryan. And I hope you guys are ready to wake us all up after. And you know, we've it always wakes us up to be talking about the
BP
policy manual.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. I feel this.
Clark and Ryan are
It's all
going to
right.
lead us through here.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Truth be known, I share your feelings, Jim. Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you. Good to see everybody today. I'm glad to be here with you. I was able to catch part of your conversation and discussion this morning on the strategic plan, and that's you're making great progress. As I sat there and listened, I continued to kind of check off in my head as you went along little links and little hooks between the strategic planning effort and the board policies effort, and that's exactly the way that it should be. Clark Seeley, for the record, and glad to be here with you. So today our intent is to share with you the draft developed by the working group and hopefully gain some input from you and some perspective on this current draft and see if we're in a place where there's some alignment on being prepared to take the next steps in the process. And I'll talk about those next steps at the end of our time today. I want to just acknowledge the work group itself, Chair Kelly, Jim and Chandra, Cal Makamoto, Ryan Gordon, Hillary Ovos Rude, and Teresa Williams, and myself. Teresa, for those of you who don't remember, is the Klamath Lake District Forester, and she's been a great part of our effort together. We met 5 times since we started, 2-hour sessions for the most part, working sessions. And then in addition to that, Cal and Ryan and Hillary and I met for a couple other meetings, 2 other meetings to kind of hammer out some understanding about 2 elements of the BPM. One is the advisory committee section, and the other has to do with the state foresters reporting to the board. And so those were productive to do as staff to come together. I think, so what we want to do, hopefully you have the current draft, which is 0.5 dated September 8th. Hopefully you have that available and in front of you, either electronically or hard copy. And all I want to do is help facilitate the discussion. I think it serves us best probably just to take each of the 4 parts of the draft board policies manual and open up the conversation for each of those 4 parts. So if you have some input and items to share on a particular part, that's kind of how we'll process and go through. If you've got some other thoughts, they may come up in a later part as we examine those, but for the most part, we'll just kind of work down through. So if you have your copy available, we'll start with part 1, which is entitled Introduction and Administration. And if you have had a chance to look, you'll see that expands the first 2 pages, essentially, of the document. And so the only other comment I'll make is simply that The document now has hyperlinked references to both Oregon revised statutes and administrative rules. Our expectation is that those links will continue to be live no matter what format the document is presented in, whether it's up on the web or on a mobile device or hard copy. Those links will all be available and active. So let me just open it up for part one, the introduction and administration part.
This is Ben Doimling for the record. I generally really like what I'm seeing here. I just had a quick clarifying question on the maintenance of policies. The strategic plan that's listed, am I correct? And that's what we've been working on all morning? That is, or is that referring to more of a work plan?
No, that's correct. Ben.
Okay.
That's the intention.
And just another sort of point of context, there's a number of different sort of procedures statements.
Yes.
I'm guessing most of those are referenced but have not been created yet. Is that the case?
That's correct. In fact, if you go back to the very last page of the draft, you'll find a couple of tables. The middle table is called the addenda, and those are actually board documents. That's what that category means. And if you look down the status, you'll see a couple of them. Obviously, the current FPFO is active, but you'll see that 4 of them have not yet started in development. So those are part of the implementation, would be part of the implementation process.
Yeah, Ben, one of the things we had a conversation about, because traditionally, you'd have this big written document with a bunch of appendixes, and then all of a sudden it becomes monstrous. And we realized that, just about everybody is reading this online. And so it's really, if you do that and you're just using hyperlinks, it just makes for being able to have a much more compact document. And so that's the direction we decided to go in.
Yeah, great. And as Jim said, all of those will be hyperlinked to the BPM. So again, it's going to be an easy open up the BPM and click to the link and move you there. I'll just say, in the interest of conversation, since Ben brought it up, we're looking on page 2, 1.7, and the strategic plan reference there is, in fact, the vision for Oregon. And the placeholder that is there on periodic review is 5 years. There's nothing magical about that at all, other than it seems like, kind of the Goldilocks. It's not too soon, but it's not, a decade. But that is for the board to decide. And as you go through the strategic plan completion, whatever you all decide, this can be revised to match that, obviously. But this is just a placeholder.
So it wasn't
We're
too far
thumbs
out.
up because we'll both be gone by then. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There is a little tiny method to the madness on that, and that is that I think biennially I dream biennially still, which is really weird. That tells you a lot.
It does.
Yeah, but 5 years would be theoretically could be an off cycle in terms of biennial sequencing. And that seems to me, at least, to be the proper sequence for the board to consider a revision to the vision document. But again, that's just some perspective. Other thoughts?
So, quick question on 1.8.
Yes.
And it might just be me getting confused about it. But I was kind of struggling to follow the authority flow and accountability flow, and in kind of bouncing this off of Cal, I'm like, when I read through these, ultimately, regardless of kind of the flow described, Cal's accountable for all of us doing all of these things. So it's not limited to just the board. And then I would imagine that the board is also in one way or another accountable for all 7 of those because they're accountable for the state forester. So I'm not sure if the authority and accountability flow component is, at least for me, it's not super clear. But I think the important part is there can't be any inconsistencies between those levels. Like you can't start modifying federal law with agency policy.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Oh, go ahead.
That's the point, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly right, Joy. Exactly right. And I think your point is well taken. The BPM draft does say that the board's accountable for 1 through 5 and that the state forester is accountable for 6 and 7. And that's, we know that there's fuzziness in between those boundaries. And because obviously the state forester and the department are fully involved in administrative rule writing and statutory development and so on and so forth. But we just want to kind of set a marker that says that, from the board policies manual up, that's primarily a board function. And sometimes that is on your own, and sometimes it's in oversight to the state forester. So, yeah.
Clark, I wonder if there's any value. Excuse me. If there's any value in, I was just looking at the committees. And I remember as we were going through the process, there were several different committees that were originally identified, and we settled in on just having a single governance committee.
Correct.
And just curious if you think there might be some value in just quickly describing that a little bit for everybody to understand the kind of that group and the work that it would do. It's something that we would have to form still.
Yeah, exactly right, Ryan. Maybe that we're going to speak to that in part 3.
Part 3, okay.
So can we just put a little marker in it and hold on that just for a second?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, last call on part 1. All right, very good. Well, part 2 is short and sweet, and the reason that it is such is that the working group felt that partly because frankly, the whole strategic thinking and strategic planning effort is top of your mind right now with the vision work. But the working group felt like that 2 statements could be made here. One about strategic thinking, which is the broad broad statement about the board's engagement in its work and the work of both itself as well as the department, but then also a statement about strategic planning. And again, there are many different ways for this part 2 to exist within an organization. But the working group felt like short, succinct statements about thinking and planning from a strategic perspective met the need. And again, as we've just said, this then allows reference back to certainly the vision document once that's completed. So that's the intent of this part 2. Some organizations, kind of spell out the full range of goals here. Some add even strategies. It's very, dependent on what the governing board feels like needs to be done in the way that it operates. And this seemed to be in my opinion, a good fit for the Board of Forestry. Any comments or thoughts on that? Yep.
That okay? Chandra Farai for the record. I was just wondering on our strategic planning, and I think we might have talked about this before, but the addendum A is going to be our vision that we attach to this. And we do say in their monitoring standards, and I think we may have said metrics before, or accountability measures or something like that. I'm just not really sure what our current plan is for the construct of the vision and if that's the right term to use for what we're expecting to produce. And I'm wondering if someone else can answer that. I don't know. Brenda, are we gonna have, is monitoring standards the right term there?
I think this has been Doimling. I think we're still waiting to figure that out. That happens later.
Okay.
So maybe this is a placeholder for some
Yeah.
sort of metrics and accountability.
Yes.
That will be in that plan, but I think it's a placeholder for now.
Okay. Yeah. So Clark, that's a good one for us just to kind of know, right? We'll clarify this when we finish that piece. Okay.
Yep, I think
Thank
that's
you.
a great way to do it. Because probably whatever you choose today, whether it's KPIs or performance measures or KPMs or something else, it may be different. So, yeah. Yeah, Carla.
A two-part question. The state forester does not have a dual reporting relationship. Is that correct?
Technically, yes, technically.
Okay, well, I'm asking because it's not clear. And there's a whole, I see the planning and the, strategic thinking process in here, but the last forester had the financial oversight, the audit process, I don't see a lot of that in here.
Yeah, I think Carla, we're going to get to that in part 4.
Okay.
Actually.
I apologize.
No,
I
that's
looked at
okay.
it earlier. I
Yeah.
just didn't see it.
Yeah. No, we do speak to that as an expectation set by the board on the state forester. And I think we'll see that language, particularly with financials and audit coming in at that point.
As long as we're cleaning things up and going to this degree, it sure strikes me that we should spell out that joint, reporting relationship. So it's just really clear who does what.
Yeah, I'm open for conversation on that. The board versus the governor, I think is what you're getting at, correct?
Well, yeah, but when you read that statute of what we're appointed to do, I don't see where that's spelled out.
Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Well, I think that we all understand, and I think it's been said before. I mean, we do have this authority to hire and fire, manage the state forester. But what we've said, and I've heard repeated from various people, that a state forester simply can't be a successful state forester unless they have the ongoing support of the legislature and the governor's office. And we'll be put in a position if the state forester doesn't to deal with that. But that's how it works. I mean, I don't think anything needs to be put in writing, does it?
I think, there's some general reference to that question, again, in part 4.
Right.
Under state forester
Yeah.
transition.
Yeah, so let's go there when we get to.
Yeah. Let's hold that just for a minute till we get to that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Always saber rat. Saber rat. He's got saber.
Right. Right. Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to part 3 then. Again, on page 3, beginning on page 3. This is essentially the part of the BPM that describes the work of the board and how the board works together. So it's board centric, board focused, and is all about you. Open that up for discussion or conversation.
It's been, if no one else is gonna go, I've got a couple little, little things. First of all, in 3.3, the orientation, that first three words, the prior to appointments. I just wanted to call that out as a wonderful addition.
Which one is it?
3.3.
Okay.
And I'm guessing that was intentional to put that in there that has not been there before.
Yes.
I really commend that. And
That came through loud and clear during our scoping and assessment discussions.
And a very little sort of wordsmithing 3.11.3 with the conflict of interest. It says will state as such at the beginning of the meeting. And it seemed like it might be more appropriate to be at the beginning of the agenda item.
I already brought that up with him privately. Yeah, noticed the
Perfect.
same one. So exactly. Yeah, I think it would just be very hard practically for everybody to be remembering to do it at the beginning of a meeting. So
Yeah.
I think it's already on Clark's list.
It is on my list.
Yeah.
And I think you guys are exactly right. Boards can do it however you want to do it, and they do it different ways, but this makes a lot of sense to me to make that change. So in essence, the change would be that the conflict, actual or potential conflict of interest will be stated at the beginning of an agenda item marked for decision. That was the other point that
Yeah,
Jim.
we don't need to bring it up for an agenda item that is not a decision item. That was my feeling, unless anybody disagrees with that. I don't see a reason to clog it up with that information unless it's actually a decision.
Yeah.
Brenda McComb for the record, since Ben jumped to 3.11, I'll stay there for a few seconds. 3.11.2, board members must represent unconflicted loyalty to the interests of the entire organization. And the term loyalty struck me as uncomfortable. And if I'm going to be loyal to some entity, it is probably to the citizens of Oregon who we are here to represent. So I ask for the subcommittee to think of some other way of phrasing it. I understand the intent that you don't want to take your personal interests and impose them into the organization, but I would look for some other wording. And then 3.11.8. Board members shall make no judgments of the state forester or staff performance, except as the performance of the state forester, blah, blah, blah. Which I think I understand to say we shouldn't be critical of the staff during a meeting. But the way it's written, excuse me, it also states that I should not commend somebody for their performance because I would be judging them. So maybe be more explicit about what the intent is there.
Anybody have any arguments with Brenda's suggestions? I don't. Okay.
3.11.2. Would the instead of the entire organization, the state of Oregon, do that?
I don't know, Cal. The term loyalty is what that pushes a button. I'm sorry.
Oh, I have those loyalty vote.
Yeah, that's exactly the reason. So
There's a uniform.
yeah, I'm not in the military, in executive service. I'm here as a volunteer. I feel like my loyalty should be to the people of Oregon to whom I'm supposed to be representing. And so, and so just strike the word loyalty and must represent the interests of the organization or the interests of the citizens of Oregon, perhaps. That's better. And go ahead, Carl.
Sorry, Jen. I think that's a point bigger than just the word. Because this is a policy board and there are built-in economic conflicts in lots of moving parts within the organization. And representing the people of Oregon may be a very different economic or decision than what may be in the best interest of the agency. There's times where there's conflict there. So I think it's more than just the word loyalty. It's, there's a lot of economic conflict, multiple directions around this agency, and it's being a policy board. I think Brenda's right. Our only loyalty is to the citizens of Oregon, trying to represent, the whole.
So definitely agree with that. And I think that's actually addressed already in here. I think it's 3115 that board members' responsibility is to serve the public and not use their position for personal reasons. So I don't know if the .2 is also.
I was going the same place, Joy. I'm just wondering whether this needs to be there at all.
Number two, 11.2.
112, yeah. That would be my recommendation, because you're right. It's covered in simple language down there, yeah.
I think that's definitely worthy of consideration. I don't see a problem with removing 3112. Right.
We all swear loyalty to the state forester.
That's what Cal's looking for.
That's what he wanted.
Right. Okay, so the recommendation then I think I hear is to remove 3.11.2 entirely and let the other provisions speak for themselves and address the question. Okay. All right.
Just one thing, Mike Wilson for the record, is there? So I, the intent there is. Okay, so loyal's maybe a low word, but there is supporting the agency concept here, and is that well stated enough in some of these other ones that it does show that's kind of like, okay, given all the, the duties to the citizens of the state and everything like that, but also being, I don't know, mindful of the organization, and it's, about supporting the organization too. I don't know if it's really necessary. Just, I don't know that I see it reflected in any of these other ones if it's taken out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good point, Mike. Brenda McComb for the record. Joy, I agree with you on 3.11.5, that kind of covers the issue around representing yourself versus representing the organization. But to Carla's point, I think board members must, what's the term you just used, Mike? Must be supportive of the agency, or must take it into consideration. I don't know, some words that said the agency is important. We can't.
Yeah. I mean, board members should check in the interests of the Department of Forestry. And kind of find us doing that.
So maybe leave that in, but change it.
Yeah, I think if we wanted to be sure that that's expressed, which is your point, Mike, and others have said that's worthy, then I think I'd suggest that we take a shot at just rewording 3.11.2 to focus on that point rather than the loyalty piece. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Other thoughts, discussion?
It's just. Brenda McComb for the record, 3.11.8, the no judgments one. I'm sorry, Joy, were you going to speak?
No, I was thinking, I like that one. No judgments.
Well, I don't want to be judgmental, but so I guess my question though really relates exactly to that. Who makes that determination? Is it this guy? Is it all of us? Do we self-police ourselves?
It's weird language, isn't it? Yeah.
So how critical is I don't know, I'm just jabbering here, but I'm concerned that this could kind of blow up in our face.
No, Brenda, I definitely see where you're going with kind of the wording and framing of it. It seemed like at a quick initial read, it seems like it's specific to staff performance, but then it becomes one of those like, don't criticize the person, criticize the product or, but I do think that'd be kind of a blurry line between somebody being unnecessarily harsh or judgmental and someone offering legitimate criticism on a product.
John DeFry for the record. Yeah, I think that was the intent here, if I recall, the conversation was around constructive feedback, right? And wanting to encourage constructive feedback,
Right.
no matter what venue or who it's against or anything, right? And so I think we could probably make that simpler and get to that point, because I think it is respectful, constructive dialogue when we're giving input.
I think it fails the test of reading 3 times and still not exactly sure what it means.
Right. Well, and as you all are discussing it, it strikes me that, and I hadn't thought of this before, certainly, that what Chandra just shared turns it from a negative to a positive. And I think that's actually a good expression, a good way to capture that is to focus it as a positive reflection rather than.
Yeah, I think Chandra worded that well, but I also think, we spent all morning talking about all these, major things we're doing. And it just strikes me that no judgments rides with no accountability. And that's our job, is accountability and holding the organization accountable at many levels. And so that feels like a safe zone to me, and I'm not so sure we need that.
You'll work on this.
Yeah, we need to work on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, will do. Okay. Ryan, do you want to come back to the question of the governance committee, committees in general? This is now in this part. It starts at 3.7 on page 5.
Yeah, I didn't have any specific comments that I was planning to provide other than maybe just a little, I was hoping maybe you could provide the group just a little context around kind of the role and scope of the governance committee as it kind of operates throughout this document.
Yeah.
And that just kind of was flagged in my head because originally the draft that we started with had kind of multiple committees and groups, and we tried to really pare it down.
Exactly.
And so I just thought it would be important to get a little feedback from the group to make sure that they feel the scope of that committee is
appropriate.
Reasonable. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. If you look at 3.7.6, that's essentially the statement of purpose and generally the statement of responsibilities of the governance committee is to address these elements. And if you just look at that paragraph, oversight and management of the BPM itself, along with the state forester, orientation and training of new board members, evaluation and improvement of the board, oversight of written conflict of interest policies. Those are really standard governance committee responsibilities. That doesn't mean that the governance committee itself does all of that. It's essentially an oversight role to ensure that it is done and is happening. So to ensure that the orientation training is happening as it's intended, that the evaluation process that the board chooses to exercise is being done. And that the management of the BPM through time is happening as it should. So, yeah, that's the intent. And you're right, we, as you all know, having served on other organizations, boards or commissions, very often there's a handful of standing committees of that particular board. And the work group believed after a lot of good discussion that really what's needed for the Board of Forestry is a group, a committee that can pick up these pieces and shepherd them through time. The alternative would be that the board itself does that, and that's an option. You all are a relatively small board in terms of numbers. That's doable. But my take, and I think the work group was believing that a dedicated committee would be valuable in this case. Okay. Other thoughts on part 3 here?
Yes.
I do have one more actually, and it's actually coming from Mike Wilson. So maybe it's the same thing you were going to say. Mike and I were having a conversation the other day, and it occurred to us that there are no subcommittees because the board is the board. It's not a committee. And so therefore 3.8 could read committees or work groups instead of subcommittees or work groups. And we often do this. We talk about a subcommittee of the Board of Forestry, but the Board of Forestry is not a committee. So anyway, it's maybe a technicality, but it might be worth cleaning up.
Subboards.
Yeah.
All above board.
I was gonna dig just a little bit deeper into it.
Okay.
Just to make sure, and I like the way it's written, but a couple of things. So the FPFO group is not a subcommittee then.
Right. I think that
According to
was
this,
the context of our
it'd be a
conversation.
work group, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. And then maybe it's something to consider subcommittees only being comprised of board members than Robert's Rules of Order, but work groups. Would that be different in terms, because we do a lot of back and forth and ideas for editing, for instance, and it's not like we formally put those through any process. I don't know if that's a hang up or not.
Yeah, I think the intent, Mike, is that any of the obviously the work of the board, but also board committees, subcommittees, and work groups of the board would operate under Robert's Rules of Orders for final decision making. So that's the intent. 3.8.4 basically says that.
Shall we just call them work groups?
I think we could. The only distinction we tried to make here is if you look at the top of page 6, the only real distinction is that subcommittees are comprised entirely of board members. So no additional outside expertise, so to speak, whereas work groups could include other than board members.
I think, what do we gain by even making that?
Making the distinction? It's,
I see nothing.
yeah, it can, I think we'd want to,
you know, the work group would include board members and other people or not,
sure,
or could just be board members.
sure. We can make that change for sure.
Why don't we just
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm trying to think through what would be a 3 board members only with no staff. Like, I don't know what, I can't think of a scenario where that would exist.
yeah, the reason I'm kind of pushing that a little bit is I'm thinking about this because in all of this work, we realized that we had these very different type of structures, which have been these kind of work groups, like our group working on our new vision, and then these advisory committees, and some of which are mostly, I think, they're created by statute. And we put some very specific things in here where they have to have charters and do all of this work, which seemed like way overkill for, you know, a temporary work group.
Right.
And so it's kind of nice not to have the word committee in both. So
Yeah.
just to keep it really clean.
So the suggestion is to just call them work groups.
Yeah. and.
Leave it at
and-
that.
And the work group can or cannot, either way.
May
it
or
could
may
be,
not have.
May or may not include people outside the board.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good with that. Everybody generally good with that?
Yeah.
So-
Subcommittee.
Pardon?
Are you getting rid of the work?
Yes.
I just wanted to point out in the dictionary, it does say that the can be composed of members of a larger committee, board, or other body. So it is a problem.
There you have it. Okay.
I'm not opposing that idea at all, to be a lumper rather than a splitter. I will say, though, that so for instance, when we explored an alternative forest management plan and went through a process there quite a while ago now, we did have a subcommittee of the board and of 3 board members, and we would come to them and make presentations, but there was not the kind of staff with board member engagement that we've had for the vision stuff.
Good. Okay, that I like that. That's
Mhm.
you're streamlining, which is always a good thing. So
Yeah.
yeah, good.
Yeah.
Great.
And I guess it goes without saying that no work group would have more than 3 board members serving.
We'll add that just to be clear. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, probably should be. Yeah.
That's good. Okay, very good. Additional thoughts on part 3?
So, quick item for the group to consider on 3.6.7. It identifies the record of the board meeting as minutes that'll be developed. So I'm assuming they're written minutes, with public meetings law changes over the last few years. There's now a requirement wherever feasible to have some sort of electronic participation option, which typically comes with it recording. And there's now, I believe, come January 1, a requirement to post any recordings of a meeting within 72 hours, creating the publicly accessible final full version of the meeting. So just, I don't know if that's something, because it's going to be statutory, that needs to get worked in here also. Of there's the minutes that we keep written for whatever reason, but then we also have these obligations.
Why don't we
for-
just add a phrase and record, a recording will be publicly available within 72 hours?
Do we? So which one do we want to be the record of the meeting? Is kind of where that falls on the records retention side. Because traditionally it's been written minutes because it wasn't feasible to record them. But now that we have the full recordings, do we still want to take the stance that the official record of our meeting are these written minutes versus the full recording? That's. It's more.
Yeah, administratively, yeah, a recording sounds easier. Would we would be full compliance with a recording? Boy, I
As
think
long
we
as
should
it
join
can
the
be.
modern world, in that case, and, you know, it's a lot of work, a lot of busy work. And I think Hillary and crew have enough of that.
Mhm.
So I'd be supportive.
We're going through DOJ review on this.
We are.
Hopefully they catch other things like that.
Right.
Right.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Joy. So we'll just,
Yeah, yeah.
are we saying that we want to just replace the language there in 367?
With a recording will be available within 72 hours to the
Yeah.
public. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Brenda's got one.
Yeah, 3.9.2, the appointment of advisory committee members. The way this is written, I do not see us necessarily making progress on diversity goals for the agency and the committees. So if we bring a diversity of background and experience to the committee, that's great. That sounds good. Relevant knowledge, expertise, experience in the subject matter, that's great. Be generally representative of the people or groups that the committee's work will involve. So it's going to look like, these people are going to look and act a lot like the people who they're working with, which as I look around the table,
I don't think it's very modern language, is it?
can we do better?
Yes.
Yeah, we could do better.
Yeah, you think, Brenda, is there language there that you would suggest?
I would have to give it some thought, but I think
Okay.
we strive to diversify the representation of members of. I'm looking over at Megan, see if I'm getting a positive response or a negative response.
Yeah.
try to Diversify the representation of membership on the committee, so I'll leave it to you to.
Or,
find
you
out.
know, represent the diversity of the people of Oregon. I don't think it has to be specific to the topic at hand.
Okay, all right.
Can I ask for, am I gonna spoil it if I ask that they look to have our diversity?
I think that's the next one.
Okay,
Mhm.
great.
Okay. Good.
Oh, I was asking that you have the chance to review it before.
Oh, sure, I'd love to.
Okay, great.
Good. Got that.
Mhm.
Okay, other thoughts on part 3?
And everybody understands that 3.12.2 is not a new thing. That's just what we're required by statute to do.
Correct. Right.
Whatever. It's.
Yeah, combination of statute and legislative fiscal office and Department of Administrative Services requirements. They've all got their hand in that. We could, yeah. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, no, we're, how about those specific questions? We have?
Kyle?
I don't know if this, Kyle Abraham for the record, I don't know if this goes in here or into the vision document, but is there a place for, we talked about this with the tribes consultation, like expectations for the board to engage at certain intervals or topics
With
tribes
yeah,
specifically?
yeah, specifically. Mhm, mhm.
Big C consultation.
I'm waiting for some conversation, but I don't want to, because I don't want to jump in too soon.
I feel like that gets into a funny area because it does seem like there's various things that we're required to do as a board, on a regular schedule. Once a year, we're supposed to do this, many of which are not here. They're just part of our regular calendaring. And that feels like we'd be kind of, I'm probably better in our other document than here, I would think.
Maybe better in the strategic plan. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm not saying this to downplay the importance of the consultation with the tribes, but that list then can, consultation from the board to other entities is really important, but the list could grow, quite long if we include.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't know if it fit in one or the other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
Ben. I think we need to, it's a judgment call about where consultation needs to take place. We're not going to consult on some of these things. It's not relevant. other things we do need to consult. And so I don't know that it fits here.
We have like almost all of our advisory committees are, they're supposed to report to the board once a year. Do we really need to have that in this document or that document? I don't think so. I mean, to me, I don't like to put stuff in documents that isn't necessary. It doesn't really benefit us. Those are well-established precedents. But
Stay away from the Christmas tree. So he's hanging. But I do believe it needs to be like that strategic planning.
yeah, yes, you do.
Yeah, Jim, I would agree with that. I guess I'm wondering if we can just flag this for our end of day conversation too, because I am kind of interested in the follow-up of, we did the debriefs from the work group or the breakout groups, and like, what pieces of that make sense for us to have further conversation on? Because I heard a lot of things about consultation, about an annual meeting that came up in our group too, where we share priorities with tribes, where we, is there an opportunity for more individual outreach to the tribes from board members? So anyway, it seems like a conversation that we need to have somewhere, so we know what we would like to have in the vision or anywhere else, like where we're kind of following through from those breakout sessions. What's the next step? So I'm just wondering if we can do it at the end or put that on for later, but I agree, probably not in this document.
Okay, part three going once, going twice. Sold. Okay, still a draft. So, all right, part four then starts on page 8, and it's the relationship between the board and the state forester, and thereby the Department of Forestry by extension. And so we'll just open that up for discussion.
I had Mike Wilson for the record. I had one question about the words position description. The 4.2. Is that the right word, just given how we use position descriptions, or is there a specific work plan with specific objectives? That's perhaps something that changes more often than an actual, like, here's what the state forester does.
Yeah, I think the intent here, Mike, is that is calling out the formal position description that the state forester position carries, developed and approved by the board. In terms of plan of work, I think there's some of that reference down under 4.4, monitoring executive performance, and then even 4.5, the state forester performance review. So there's not a formal declaration that a work plan will be developed, but there are indirect references to the idea of the board and the state forester agreeing on a biennial plan of work for the position, for the person in the position, I should say. So
I find 4.6 confusing, because, I mean, not that the things that there aren't fine, but don't they belong in the job description for the state forester? And I think it's confusing when most of the expectations are laid out in his job description. And then we would have this as an addition. That's there may be some ideas here that we would want to spell out in the job description, but and we might want to capture those. But if you do this, you got two different places that the state forester has to look at to what his expectations are from the board.
So Jim, are you thinking that maybe we take the elements that are articulated in 4.6 and move them up to 4.2? So that we capture them all in one place?
I mean, I think on some of this, there's probably very similar language already in the job description. You know, like 4.6.1. I don't have it here in front of me. And I'm not sure whether anything about the manual is in the job description. If it's not, probably could be, should be. I don't think there's anything on survey. My point being here, why would we have them here instead of in a job description? That's my point.
Sure.
Yeah, I agree, Jim. Thanks for pointing us to this section. 4.6 should be in a job description. And our performance review should be based upon that job description.
Right.
So I think 4.5 and 4.6 could both be collapsed tremendously to say that there needs to be a current and often updated or something job description. And the performance of the state forester will be based upon meeting the expectations as described in the job description.
Yeah. I mean, this should really cover our process for review and all of that, but job descriptions items belong in the job description.
And that's the basis for it. Yeah. Sure.
We'll double check, make sure it's
Keep
what's
it-
in there.
Keep it simple.
We may have to go to the DAS. I don't know if that survey is in there.
It is.
Well, if we want to add a couple of things to the job description, this all has to have, this has to have a review by the DOJ, and if you got a couple edits to the job description, that could be done at the same time.
Yeah, that'll go to DAS.
Okay.
Or to the ask,
So I'm sorry, before we move on, Carla, so what I'm hearing is that we simplify 4.5 and simplify 4.5 and to get to the heart of the matter and be sure that it's clear that it's position description based, the review, and then work to be sure that the necessary elements of 4.6 are part of the position description at this point.
Right.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that okay?
On 4.6, though, that first paragraph about, staff treatment and well-being, is that reasonable to leave it in there? Because that sets up the climate by which the board policy manual says we should be organized and operating.
It's a broad expectation.
Yeah.
Stated by the board to the
And
state.
then it's more
forester.
specifically defined in the PD, position description.
Yeah.
I don't.
It could find that very statement could find its way in the PD if it's not already there
Yeah.
also.
Okay, we could just go that.
And
route.
let's just check that.
Yeah.
I think that's a good check to do, Cal, anyway. We don't need to duplicate, it doesn't need to be in both places necessarily, but
Without the loyalty of, accountable is no fun. I'll tell you.
We like the fact that you're supposed to treat volunteer staff, which we are, you're supposed to treat it.
And I do treat you with respect. It's just that.
He bought you lunch today, Jim.
right. Yes. Carla.
So
I know. Oh,
So I'm assuming the 4.4.3.2 and 0.3 are the financial oversight pieces.
Yes.
That looks like it's missing some pieces to me. Financial, audit, the MGO activities, financial best practices, basic financial oversight. If Cal decides to go borrow 150 million, I'd like to think that there was board approval over that. Accounts payable, accounts receivable, collections, just basic financial oversight is part of our role.
And oversight and dictating to the state forester or getting we're in a little different area there or to be requesting approvals. Arguably, those are operational decisions. I'm just thinking and talking at the same time here, but.
Well, I mean, just think back to your last Forester.
Yeah.
And where things went totally sideways was fiscal oversight and financial oversight. And if we go borrow money from the treasury, we agree to pay it back and we don't pay it back, that's becomes a board. That is the responsibility. And that's pretty clear. That was pretty clearly laid out in one of the four main, roles. In the statute of the board. So I just want to be sure that that looks pretty weak to me.
Okay.
Hey, Carla, I'm just curious. So we have for under the board section, board job description, that we're to ensure financial oversight and integrity of the state forester and department through policies and behavior. Is there something that we like a counterpart to the state forester that you're asking for? Ensure financial oversight and integrity of the state forester and department through policies and behavior. It's 3.2.6. So I guess I'm just wondering section wise, I mean, we might be able to build off that section.
And
the audits is after that section too.
I hear that. I just think it's weak.
Okay.
Well, I look at, where the agency has struggled in the past, and this should be an area of strength, not an area that's underwritten. And I think, we've definitely come a long ways with our MGO report and our monthly reporting, but there's some big financial numbers and movements on, state land revenues and borrowing. If we have substantial, fire years and we have to, come back in and borrow, and just that financial oversight piece isn't just something that's just, casual or totally delegated.
If I could, so I appreciate the concern, Carla, but I think we need to be very careful about board overreach. We have responsibility for that position. And if he's not doing what we think is correct, then we can replace him with someone else. So I understand the concern about large budget items, but the day-to-day responsibility for making decisions about finances need to rely with the state forester, not with the board.
You're correct, but enough information has to come to the board that you've got guidance to what's happening. And while I like that monthly report, if you choose not to pay that 50 million back, or you choose to go borrow another 100 million, that needs to come with some oversight. I've never served on a board that would just say, Jim, go do what you do. That would come to a board.
Well, it does, but then we go to Cal and say, what are you going to do to fix that?
Only if we see it.
Right.
But that's part of the challenge here, is where we got into trouble 2 years ago is 131 million of accounts receivable that didn't get into the invoice column that we didn't have line of sight to.
James Short for the record. So the monthly financial report was derived from going sideways. So we have that new report now that we've been giving to the board, to the legislature, that encompasses a lot of those items. And then when we have big ticket items or movement in AR, AP, it's reported monthly in those reports. But I also think that taking out in 4.4.3.2, they're provided to the Oregon legislature, that should probably be that piece taken out, because we do have to provide that report, but that's at their will. And it's not, they can change that at any time. So it's something that we provide to the board and to them at the same time.
That's a good point, Jim.
Hey, Carla, I'm wondering if you could give just, so sorry to keep being this one, but those two sections to me seem to address broadly what you're talking about because it is the financial oversight. It is the, utilization of audits as appropriate. So is it just, is there more detail there or more specific action that you're looking for
I
to
think
be
it's
included?
more detail. So as big changes and shifts, so let me give you a tangible example. We're showing roughly, correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, a $22 million negative number on state lands in a 5-year period. The last 2 years and the next 3 going forward. That affects our budget. We have a big fire, event, 2 big fire events. Enough detail and oversight that we understand the financial, the large financial picture of this agency. And while that monthly report does, is good, it's not the whole piece. State lands isn't in that piece right now. So and that's a $22 million difference. So there's big pieces that we may or may not be seeing. And so it basically, one of our roles as one of our 4 specific laid out roles is, that oversight.
So maybe it's an information thing where what we're asking for is to have sufficient information that is given to the board such that we can competently exercise our oversight abilities. So maybe it is something in the Forester section here in 4 that relates back to our broad duties in section 3.
So I have a question for James about before you came on board, I believe, James, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, there was a discussion about creating dashboards where any one of us could drill down into additional detail around any budget item to get sufficient detail to be able to answer questions. Is that still something that is in the works or thinking about, or is that possible?
James Short for the record again. We are currently exploring that with the transition from my predecessor to me, that some of that technology is no longer available to us. So we are looking at that again. There's working with IT and the and what different resources we have available to provide that piece of it. We have in the meantime been working on our cash runway reports, updating our cash projection tools, streamlining some of our current reports that are provided to Cal and the executive team on a monthly basis. But no, we don't have the drill down to that level yet.
Yeah, I know it takes time and money, but I'd encourage you to continue down that path. I think it would really help all of us be able to dig into anything that was of interest to us to understand the budget situation.
I just wanted to follow up briefly on, I like Carla and Chandra where you're going of sort of, there needs to be enough information. We need to be receiving enough information so that we can conduct our oversight, and how much that is. I don't know that it needs to be enough, sufficient for that role. I guess I'm struggling a little bit. Maybe this is what the term oversight actually means, because how much of it is just, we have eyes on it, but what happens then? We advise Cal, I think, but Cal has that authority. We don't have that authority. And I just want to make sure that this is clear and we are clear on how that unfolds, because Cal gets to make those decisions, but we see that. I'm trying to figure out what we do with that oversight.
Mm-hmm. I think it's interesting, and because we're having a couple of real different views of oversight. Because the problem in the past that we all want to prevent is a cash flow crunch, an embarrassing big problem, and obviously that's of key importance. But Carlos also talking about trends of what happens in 5 years from now. Well, that's a very different form of oversight. Is it our responsibility, Carla? I mean, because you're essentially implying that our oversight responsibility includes awareness of what our financial picture will look like 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now, and is it our oversight responsibility to be going out to the legislature and saying, with all these current trends, this is where things will go. I think that's what you're arguing.
Well, that is our role.
Right.
I don't know of a board that would delegate the level of authority to any executive director or executive that would have that ability to go borrow millions and millions of dollars or drop their revenue by millions of dollars, and the board not be aware or insightful or vote on that. I've never experienced that. And I think it's that type of thinking that's gotten this organization into trouble.
Right, and I completely agree. It isn't spelled out anywhere what we do with that oversight. Currently, there is no mechanism for the board to vote on Cal taking out a loan. There's no threshold. There's no, we don't have that mechanism currently.
Yeah, I don't have the authority to go out and just borrow millions of dollars. I mean, I have an auditor here who could tell me that. I do need to cover cash flow. And some of the things that, you talk about Mike's budget, part of that reason why there's a downfall, because people didn't log and, they had other supply. I mean, that's their prerogative, but we are going towards, Mike just completed an analysis and when we might hit the wall if an HCP isn't implemented. So my question is, do you want to tell me to stop, doing the HCP because we're going to hit a cash flow wall? We're going to have to take some operational, and I'm going to come to you and say, hey, this is what we're going to do, and just to let you know. But I don't expect, when it comes down to me making a payroll or not, that's me. I mean, unless you guys want to take over that. And this is the whole point of the board policy manual, to keep you from having to make those decisions.
I think.
But time out. This organization didn't meet payroll and the board wasn't aware of it. That's what I'm talking about. That's oversight. If we get into that position and we're not aware of it, shame on us. We're not doing our job. If we're not getting the accounts receivable, invoiced, if we get, 5 and 6 and 7 years behind and we're not on top of that, that's board oversight. If we make commitments and promises to the treasurer that we don't fulfill, that's board oversight. And it's not like we're making this stuff up.
No.
So that's what we want to avoid going forward. Is all I'm suggesting. This is weak based on the traditional oversight of a board.
Carla, I think we all agree with you around all of that, but you made a suggestion at the beginning of this conversation, which has taken us to that I heard as suggesting that if Cal was wanting to go borrow money, maybe from the state treasurer or something, that there should be an approval process from the board. And I think that's what's spun us into this conversation. That is whether it's wise or not, we can have that conversation, but that's very different from oversight.
Yeah, so I have a quick comment. Sorry, go ahead.
Thanks. So I would suggest perhaps that if there are specific monitoring pieces for finances that we want in a report, and maybe it's the current report or maybe it's current report plus, that be defined and put in an exhibit and referenced in the document there. When it comes to the board's authority, I think it would be easy enough to build in a piece in here, a requirement for the state forester to bring forward to the board the financial ramifications of any policy decision. And so you can handle that way. And then when it comes to things that affect, especially because of the way we're funded, I think there's a real watch out when we say, that there has to be some kind of awareness. Yes. And that's part of that financial report. Absolutely. But approval process before somebody else can cover our payroll. That can't, so there's a couple of reasons I don't think that can be. Because the board doesn't decide to lay off the whole department if we can't make payroll. That's just a thing. There's an agency request budget process already that says, how much are you going to spend and where are you going to get the money? And then, you know, at the end of the day, there's just an organizational state piece where it's kind of like, oh, your agency is in trouble for X reason. DAS is there to help handle that. That's part of their job, right? Which is what they helped us do when we were in those austerity measures. So I think it's different pieces of what we're talking about, and they probably go in different parts of this document.
I don't know what's in statute or not, but I doubt we have the authority to even attempt that, to say that we want to step in and be approving certain financial transactions. And you know, DOJ could advise, but I think that would be beyond the pale.
Well, and I'll just say as a commentary, Jim, to that point, that's the purpose of 4.1 in the document, is to lay out the delegation that the board gives to the state forester and what those parameters are. And then 4.4 is the way you check it, the way you keep tabs on it through time. Now, whether the language is strong enough or not, 4.4.3 is actually intended to be the place where you all as the board place the pressure on the state forester to bring all of the issues you've just been talking about to you. And again, whether the language is sufficient, I suppose we could argue, but
I got a suggestion on how we might move on, which I think, I'm feeling that most of the board is comfortable with the language. And I'm also getting the clear message that Carla's not entirely comfortable with it. And I would suggest that Carla, if you've got some ideas on tightening up that language, that you provide that to us, and then and we can consider and finalize it. I don't think anybody has a issue with it being tightened up some. But we don't, we don't want to do wordsmithing in this situation.
I'm happy to do that. And Jessica, I'm going to ask for your help to work with me, because I want to go back to that state Secretary of State audit. And I think there's some words in there that will be helpful to us. Yeah, thank you.
I have one final thought here. Could we incorporate the Board of Forestry financial oversight policy that tells us what we need to provide to the board? There is the board policy on that, so maybe those elements could be incorporated into here.
Yeah, and I was okay, so that refers to 4.43. Those types of policies and those types of reports, and that's, where I sit down with the chair and go, what things do you need? What do you want to know about? And we come up with the metrics. And part of that, one of the metrics is the type of financial reporting you're doing, James. So yeah, I think that I actually feel it's in there, but maybe it isn't.
No, Cal, I think there is a Board of Forestry policy and oversight financial policy. So if we can incorporate those items into this too.
Well, I think it's covered by 4.4. I think that's part of that suite of information, but that's what I'm saying. I think it's in here, but do we need to start pulling out the little details, or is that left the process between the board, the state forester? I don't want to get too prescriptive right here. And I know that goes against what Carla, but one of the main things about, you want to keep this is a board policy manual, and it's to keep the level that you are a policy board, not a management board, if you understand what I'm saying. Okay, that's the bright line. So anyway.
Yeah, I just think there's some general disagreement. So I understand why I was asked to come serve at all. And I think Chandra, you and Ben remember really early on, some pretty intense meetings on cleanup. So this is just pretty soft compared to where we've been. So I think, James, I'll reach out to you as well and take a look at that. Okay. I'm happy to get back to you on that.
I just wanted to know real quick, back to your question, Ben. I'm glad, Clark, that you raised the 4.4, because I do think, you know, our oversight ability is, I think, over what says there, right? If the state forester is taking actions that compromise the ability to meet the mission and goals of the board generally in the department, then we're like, wait a minute, what's going on here? And we have these different triggers that's supposed to prompt that conversation. And ultimately, there's termination authority, which I would like, really, that's a little bit extreme, but you know what I mean? I really think that's what it is, right? Like we have different things that will flag. And I think Carla raises a good point that we need to be clear somewhere about the information that we're expecting to fulfill our roles. And so we may not agree on exactly what that looks like right now, but I think James's suggestion is a good one. Like we've laid some of that out already because we've had these conversations for a while. And so utilize that if we can.
All right. Okay, I think I have a sense of where all that's headed, believe it or not. I mean, in terms of what's going to come back to me and the working group, so.
Okay, as always, great work, Clark.
Yep.
It's just, we're really getting close to wrapping this up, and that's exciting. You know, I was dragged into this kicking and screaming, but now I'm pretty excited about where we're at, where we're gonna be, and we'll be done soon.
Yeah.
And Brenda.
Yeah, just since Jim and I are the only two long-termers on the here today, Joe is not with us today. If we had something like this 5 years ago, Jim, I mean,
You're so right.
it would
Yeah,
have been such a different experience. for
yeah,
us.
yeah,
So
that's
thank
really
you.
true. So
Yeah.
that's something to celebrate. that
Yeah, it
we're
is.
getting
It
to
is.
that.
And
Good.
you, I've said this to you at least a couple of times that I've been with you the past year. It's been a year now since your October planning retreat a year ago. Much of what you're doing in this work together is actually not just for you, but it's for future boards as well.
You bet.
And to your point, Brenda, that's exactly right. That's the power of this kind of a effort, is that has a lasting quality that is going to be
You
helpful.
think 10
hopefully.
years from now, they'll all be going, well, thank those guys. Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna count on that. All right.
Jim, if I could just say one word about next steps, really quickly, there's three primary next steps that all are going to happen over the next 6 weeks. One is I'm going to be meeting with the department leadership team at their November LT meeting virtually and do about an hour with them on this whole topic of the BPM. And it's going to be tailored specifically to, and what's this mean for you as LT members? So that'll be a great chance to inform as well as to get some questions. And then we've already mentioned today that we'll be doing a DOJ review with the general counsel for the department and the board. And that I'm not anticipating that will be a difficult task, but it's important to be done. And then the third element is that working with the department staff, will be doing a formal request for public comment over a 30-day period. So we're going to open a 30-day public comment period on the draft as it gets reconfigured from today. We'll put that out, ask for public comment, and use that as a public comment period. So I think the work group, based on today's work, I think the work group is probably going to want to have another meeting together, maybe an hour or so, just to confirm that what we've captured is correct from today.
No, bet we can do it in
And
an hour.
yeah, and we'll
Yeah.
do that, and then we'll be off and running with these next steps.
Perfect.
I think you're set for a March 2024 adoption of the first version of the BPM.
Okay,
So-
well, we're right on time, and that's what you just suggested is timely, since we're gonna come back in 15 minutes and talk about our calendar for
Yes.
next year. So I think I know what's gonna be on the agenda for the March meeting.
Okay, all right.
So with that, we'll be back at 3 o'clock. Let's get back on time. All right, thank you. Okay, I think Brenda's not back, but I assume she'll be back in a moment. Carla had OSU responsibilities, so she has left us. And the last part of our agenda is going to be managed by Ryan and Hillary, right? So I'll give it over to you two.
Great, thank you, Jim. So we've got an hour on the agenda. I don't know that we need a full hour. The intent of the time here is to just do a little bit of forward looking into 2024. I wanted to just kind of offer a little bit of context around where we've been and where we're trying to go. And then Hillary is going to talk some about the results from a survey that we all completed. So we all being the board and the executive team, that was sort of a reflection back on some feedback from 2023, and then it solicited some ideas and other input, forward looking into 24. Context wise, we used to have in the past a pretty formal agenda setting process that was based on our board work plans, and I think everybody is aware of that. And we made a conscious decision, I think it was a year or so ago, to decouple from those a little bit, at least for a while, as we were moving through kind of this period of change and through the strategic planning, the development of the board policy manual, and some other pretty challenging issues that we've had on the board agenda, as you're all aware. And we also took the last year as an opportunity to try to reconnect with the world, I think, and kind of in the post-pandemic environment, we've had the opportunity to meet in a lot of locations outside of Salem. And I think we've implemented a fair number of pretty successful tours and socials. And that has been a priority that you all express and set. And I think it's paid dividends as well into connections that we've made with communities and kind of bringing that back into our strategic planning work. So that's sort of the conscious decision that we made. Looking forward, we know that we also want to move towards a more formal planning process, maybe something that's a little bit more flexible than the board work plans that we've used in the past. And so the conversation has been the development of essentially a matrix that allows us to track issues in a few different buckets. We know that we've got regular reporting and other items that come to the board on a standardized schedule and basis. So there are those. We have policy issues that we're all aware of them. Some are larger than others. Some are related to legislation, some related to internal processes that we've decided to pursue. We have emerging issues that come up kind of at a moment's notice. And then finally, we have informational presentations that are the result of topics of interest you all have submitted to us. And we also get a fair number of submissions of those topics from the public as well. And occasionally get some great suggestions for tours, et cetera. And to that latter piece, all those suggestions, particularly those that come in from the public, it's challenging to manage all of that. Decide what comes, what doesn't, who is the presenter, does it get on the agenda, when does it get on the agenda? Those are tough decisions for us to make, particularly as staff. We want to be fair, open, transparent around that. So moving forward, loosely, we want to start to try to build this tracking matrix. We are, I think, exploring some opportunities to create a few tools on our external website where we can allow people to submit ideas and also kind of track progress around sort of where those are in the planning process or not. And we'd like to have, and we're setting up, I think, regular touch points with Jim specifically, to be more deliberate in our agenda setting and be more deliberate in the decisions that we make about which topics come forward and which don't. And I think also within that, some regular touch points with the full board during a regular board meeting as well, to really keep open and transparent how those agendas are coming together and how we're prioritizing the topics that come before the board. So that's a little bit, I think, of context of where we've been and where we would like to go, where we're working to move. In terms of kind of, immediately, I think we know that we'll be in January, we're going to spend a fair amount of time on the strategic plan again, as a follow-up from the conversation today. We know that the board policy manual will come forward in March. You've all approved already the 2024 meeting calendar, which will look a lot like 23 with those statutorily required meetings, the 2 board retreats. And then as we have this year, thankfully, not as much as we've had to in previous years, we'll have some special meetings as necessary to address time-sensitive topics before the board. We have one of those, I think, coming up in December, tentatively, in any case. So that's kind of where that's where we've been, where we're headed. I'll pause for a second and see if there's any questions or discussion before I hand it over to Hillary to talk a little bit about the document that's before you. Okay, it's late in the day. Perfect. So as I mentioned, we all collectively completed the survey. And Hillary put a lot of effort into trying to corral that information into the document before you. I asked if she would just give us a little bit of context for that and offer to you her key takeaways. And I'm going to say right now, I'm going to call her out. She's reluctant to do that because she doesn't want to bias your opinions, but I thought it would just be really helpful for the purpose of conversation, knowing that she's seen it all, to offer you some of her takeaways. So,
thanks. For the record, Hillary Lebo-Strud, Administrator for the Board of Forestry. So yes, you guys, thank you so much first for doing the survey in a short amount of time. We had you do a hopefully pretty painless survey, 6 to 7 questions, where we had mostly open-ended and a couple ranking or rating questions. So if this is not coming back to you, I'm sure as you're reviewing the format here, it might be flooding back. So just to let you know, I did just try to do a very high level thematic analysis, which means I look for patterns, and I just noted repetitious remarks and highlighted just any notable areas of agreement. So with only 18 respondents, about 25% agreement is about 5. So if I heard a 5 or more, I try to recognize that in some of the ranking and rating scales. But overall, my takeaways, I'm just going to go through these quick and slow, meaning quickly through the pace and slowly so you can hear me and understand me out for those tracking online. So I would say many of the ideas offered by the respondents, which I call you ergo respondents, so thank you, reflect what members of the public have mentioned to the agency, I would say, or the board members at our many community socials, in-field tours, and while we were on breaks, which is kind of funny because you guys had to assess all those things in the survey. The open-ended questions proposed to you guys, well, they do provide a great opportunity for respondents to share the full dimension of their perspective at the time of the survey. So meaning as a reviewer, I was able to receive a very indirect, but also direct answers to the questions, such as reflections, locations, topics. So that's how we have various categories listed here instead of just location or group dynamics. So there was emerging themes here that are noted for each respective question. I did attempt to group majority of the topics. So the way that this is lined out, question 1, we have like ideas for the community social. Question 2, ideas for the tour and location for 2023, and so on and so forth. And with that, if you see the mentioned repetition, you'll see that there's an indicated number value on the end in parentheses. And so that shows you how many times it was brought up by one of your colleagues. And that will kind of give you an idea of kind of what was the most of high value to at least as a reviewer. And then there were some reoccurring items. So like location, Western Oregon, coastal region was a really fan favorite. People. So under group dynamics and engaging audiences, college students, emerging workforce, tribes of Oregon, those were some dominant themes. Also, you expressed desires for traditional ecological knowledge, landscape resiliency, urban forestry. I mean, the tours was definitely the super fan favorite in the survey, just letting you know that's probably the longest list. Active logging operations to visiting restoration and recovery sites of a past fire scar. And then as far as the agenda, I can, if you go to question 3, page 6, you'll see that I kind of structured it in quarters to follow the calendaring that we have for 2024. And if you might notice, it's pretty top heavy. So first quarter and second quarter, you guys are going to have quite a bit of in front of you. So we'll have to definitely think about the balance, cadence, and delivery of these topics. I also want to recognize the diverse and broad and very curious minds that we just collectively have on the board and ET. I mean, you guys offered up a great variety of potential policy or operational informing topics, whether it's through an agenda form, informational session, or tour, if not even a social. So with 18 respondents, like I mentioned before, anything with 5 essentially is a 25%. So where you're going to see that is actually on question 4 on page 7, and you'll find it on question 5 on page 8. And you'll just see that those are some general agreements. And so they're highlighted a different color. Their cell is highlighted a bluish color. And that just kind of helps you identify, okay, those are some strengths. Those are some common areas of agreement. And so those are my ultimate takeaways, but I do want to leave you on, I like to always include a survey wildcard, which allows you all to just say anything and everything, because I am your main administrator, but I work with a company of people at this agency. And so we are all your direct support in one way or another. So I always like to see what other additional things you'd like to offer feedback, areas of constructive improvement, or just things that maybe we just totally nailed. I mean, so thank you very much for that feedback, but I would highly recommend for you to take a moment and review question 6 as well, because that is where we have some of the more colorful content. But I mean, these are just my high level takeaways. We can deep dive into any of this, but really I was going to recommend to Brian, apologies on the lateness of delivery. It is posted online for the public and staff who are interested in checking it out. But I would recommend maybe taking a 15-minute break, just so you guys have a chance to digest the information that we provided to you today.
Excuse me. Thank you, Hillary. Do folks want some time to look through this a little bit more? Or I think, yep. I'm looking at Ben, but I'm also seeing other nodding heads. Any comments, questions, or observations right out of the gate?
This is Ben Doimling. One of the questions I think was sort of about the general format, this new format of fewer meetings, 2-day meetings, traveling around the state. And I'm generally really in favor of those. I mean, I think they've been really good. I appreciate the 2 days, gives us time to dig into these topics more, get to know people more. As someone with a full-time job and a family, it's a challenge to take a couple days out of my schedule during the week to get around the state. And so I am fully supportive of this schedule, but with the acknowledgement that I might not always make it. And sometimes we'll have to attend on Zoom. And so just wanted, I think, if we continue with this, to ask for some grace when me when I am not able to make that large commitment.
Sort of. That begs the question, that when we are out in these other communities, they're highly sensitive to board members not showing up, as we learned in Enterprise. Just noting that. So I hear what you're saying. Absolutely, get it. But we have to find a balance there.
It's just a quick. Yes, quick follow-up. Thank you, Ben, for that. Even for those of us who don't have families currently or are working full-time, things do still come up in life. And there was a reason why I, and I'm sure others, were not at the Enterprise meeting, and I don't feel like I need to try to explain that. But so I guess my request here is, I am sorry if people are upset if one of us or two of us don't make a board meeting in some location. I'm sorry about that, but that's the way it is. We have to take care of ourselves too.
Yeah. Taking care of yourself. That's why I suggested John Day for a meeting.
I guess I would echo that as well. And it could be helpful to understand, especially when there's significant travel that's going to accompany different locations, that there as much advance notice as possible, recognizing stuff still going to conflict. And for folks who are traveling more on those particular days, if there's travel days on the end of a 2-day meeting, you're talking about 4 days. And so for full-time jobs, and so that's, in all honesty, it's just not always going to be feasible to do that. And so if you're looking for diverse people on the board that do these other things too, that's immediately going to disqualify folks, because you just can't do that. So, and I'm not saying you can't always, but it's a mindful thing. And I think we'll have an easier time knowing as much in advance as possible with those locations, as opposed to something you can, travel on the margins like today, right? But then I can leave after this meeting and still make it back. It's 3.5 hours as opposed to 8 hours or so, so it's the reality of it.
I know things that come up, but is it, when you talk about advance, Chandra, if we have the schedule a year out, is that going to be helpful with maybe, maybe starting later or ending a little early on that? Would that be helpful?
I think we've had the dates in advance, but we don't always have the locations, and that's kind of a challenge.
Okay.
And I definitely think having an awareness, and I really appreciate that happened for this meeting, right? We had a little space yesterday,
coming
right?
in.
To come in. So that's 2 days, and that's
Yeah.
just a lot easier to manage. So I really appreciated that. And I think that kind of consideration is really helpful.
Yeah, because I know that people haven't been down in this part of the world for a while. And so I had so many comments about that. So thank you all for making it.
Yeah, I want to affirm that, because my life gets so scheduled up, and not knowing where the meeting is definitely affects me. And I think the board policy manuals that we're going to adopt says put the schedule out there 2 years and put the locations out there 1 year in advance. And we are not there. And so we're not where we should be in terms of having made some of these decisions. So where our heads are in terms of how many of these offsites we want to do.
Well, and I think that's a good question that I was hoping we would get to. And another component of that is the budget as well. I think it's important to just make the board aware that, these are not inexpensive when they're off-site. And I would ballpark the figures just for the facilities and logistics alone at about $30,000. And that's not including staff salary, travel, et cetera, et cetera. So that's an important consideration. I know one of the things on my list that I'm working on here for Cal in the next couple of weeks is putting a more solid budget together for the board. But I do want to, as you have a conversation about how many offsites to have, I want to put that on everyone's radar.
I mean, I think we were very hungry, based on COVID and past history to do this, but we're also hearing some frustration and pushback, at the level that we've just accomplished, so.
Yeah, I think limiting the number of offsites a year is a good idea. Recognizing that folks like Liz and Joe, for them, everything is offsite, right? So, but if it saves the agencies some money and somehow their schedules can be taken into consideration to make it easier for them to attend, I think that would be a really nice compromise and still get us out, several times a year to other locations.
So what feels like a good number for folks? 2 or 3?
I'm afraid it should be 2.
2?
2 at least.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was thinking that too. I mean, because I think it is important to really get out because a lot of y'all are from the Portland Salem area. And, if we keep on going back, there's just a different dynamic. And there is some intangible thing about just having us out in different parts of Oregon. I think it speaks well for the board.
I would echo that. And I think 2 seems manageable. If I've got the dates and the locations a year out, that's something I think I could imagine committing to. I don't want to, but no, I would like to. And I echo these sentiments. They're incredibly valuable. It is such an honor and to be down here and to not even get to see, I drove by a bunch of forests down here, but to meet the people in other parts of the states and to see this is totally different ecosystems than what I'm used to and I understand. And so the value of getting out in another part of the states is huge. And I am completely on board with that. But I think 2 offsite meetings from my perspective seems much more manageable than this last year.
And what about socials? So when I look at the report here, which I also didn't really have the opportunity to give it a good look until just recently, I see some pretty high marks for opportunities for social interaction. And I think that the board socials, I know we all have different reactions. I can speak for myself as an introvert. It's a challenge to be in that space. But last night was a great example of I think that space worked really well. There was a lot of great interaction that occurred there. And I feel like that's been building. And I see that valued here, whether that's at socials, breaks in meetings, or even around field tours. So what is the interest, appetite, and continuing with a kind of a robust social schedule, even when we're on site in Salem? Is that a really important component of most meetings for the board? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know that we need one every single meeting, but most meetings, I absolutely, they're fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah, I would echo that. And the ones that may be able to go might be the Salem. I don't know. We need to do one at every Salem meeting. We have had mixed success. Some of those.
Yes.
But with a robust idea, and I thought it works really well with the state agency. That was a kind of a targeted look at, and I cannot recall the one that we did at Willamette, but I don't recall.
The food was great, and there was a lot of it.
Fantastic. Anyway, that would probably be my suggestion if we were thinking about, taking a break on.
Yep.
And I'm thinking that if these socials become a very predictable, regular event, we might start getting even more and more attendance. If everybody knows that there will be a social whenever there's a board meeting. Because the more people we can get to those at some of the more far-flung, some more rural spaces, I think would be really great.
Yeah, I think so. Socials are incredibly valuable for all the reasons that people have articulated. But like you, I'm an introvert, and yesterday I was really challenged to find a corner to stand in. So I think it would be, I think one component of socials for us introverts would be to have some sort of smaller group. Or I don't know, some way of getting a few of us together, maybe with a legislator or two, have it be more structured so that that conversation can occur, because otherwise I'm just not.
Yeah,
We'll have a table marked introverts only.
Introverts only,
Yeah.
yes. And you know how many people will be there, Jim? What?
We'll have multiple,
Yeah.
we'll have multiple tables, small tables introverts only.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're hearing consensus. I'm just thinking about field tours, you know, because we all really try to make these meetings. We have a lot to deal with. It's pretty hard to successfully tag on a field tour to these meetings. So I'm just kind of wondering, but we all really like field tours, whether we can put together some field tours where we really don't expect the whole board to be there, you know, that it's a success if you can get 3 or 4 people. You know, I mean, it would be great if we could combine them, I know, with meetings, but I'm not sure it's realistic. But certainly, you know, I would generally, anytime I have an opportunity for a field tour, I really attempt to get there. But I hate to lay out another thing that for board members that this is kind of required or expected.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. And I really value the field tours as well, especially if I'm not leading them. But I wonder if, so Dave, I'm looking over at Dave, if 3 board members wanted to come down for some sort of a tour here in Southwest Oregon, I suspect you'd be willing to do something like that. So if we had groups of 3 or 2 or 1, 2 or 3 board members, it wouldn't be a quorum. We could do it anytime, right? No? Yes?
Yes, I mean, it depends how public, you know, you want to make it. So I just bring that up, and Hillary, you can help me if I'm veering away from public meeting law. Obviously, if we make something open to the public, it exponentially increases the logistics. But I'm relatively certain if we don't have a quorum, we are free to do that, correct?
My understanding. You can come together. Oh, sorry, Hillary, for the record. So my understanding is that they can come together and you can receive training and information about a site. But if you have multiple people and it could lead to a greater conversation or decision down the road, that it would be more cautious to be presented in a public way. So that way we can comply with public meeting law.
If we reduce the field tours, I'm just wondering, is it worthwhile if for the trips that we go on the road to try to do something that gets you out onto the landscape? Because why go out there and not be on the land somehow? You know what I mean? So maybe if even it's just a short something. Like I said, like Phoenix was just a mile that way, and to see what is happening there, in that it could have been a 2-hour thing. So anyway, something to consider.
I would echo that field tours would be great. I mean, I think they're so valuable, and I understand that it didn't fit into this time, but I'd really like to see what's going on out in the landscape around here. So I don't have a clear answer, but you know, if we say we do 2 offsites, maybe we can still do 2 tours per year or something like that, some sort of compromise, because those are really valuable.
Yeah, you just make, I mean, we do get approached by both environmental groups and industry. We all do for tours, you know, and I'm thinking I probably in the last 2 years have done about 4 tours and I think evenly split between the groups, and ODF hasn't, has no involvement really, and I'm good with that. I recognize what's going on, and so, and I did note though that when we got the a tour of the mass plywood as part of an ODF event, then we had environmental advocates bitching about the fact that we were doing a sort of industry sponsored tour under the auspices of ODF. And yeah, so we're always, well, there's always a way to bite.
And so this is something that I think a lot of state agency wrestle with. We want to try to find that balance where you can actually be in the field, especially with natural resource agencies. I mean, how do you inform policy if you're not there at the heart, kicking the dirt with folks? So I know that there's a lot of delivery methods. So I've seen folks where we start the meeting with a tour and you do a lunch social. I've seen where we've done even ODF, we did our first field tour, virtual tour during COVID, and we brought folks out, which I believe the invitation is still on the table for you guys to go back to actually kick the dirt this time with Port Blakely. So I do know that we have attempted a variety of formats with this particular board. I just have been cautioned by council to just to remind you all that when we do have more, 2 to 3 folks out there on the ground, and you're learning information that can lead to a greater decision down the road, just to be conscientious of that. But training is different, onboarding is different. So I just want to truly try to accentuate the difference there. And then I might hear from council later to say otherwise, but until that day. But yeah, this is why we're having this conversation, because we really want to get at the heart of what is it that you want? What's the meat of the sandwich that you want to see at these field tours? So, and it looks like there is a really high agreement for field tours informing board policy. So.
Chair Kelly, Dave Larson for the record. I would offer up to any board member, anybody wants to, if you want to get out in the field and spend a day with the area director, we can go tour some of the districts, visit some of the people, talk about the issues that you have interest in, and just plan a day or two or whatever when your schedule, when it fits, let me know, and let's go drive around the woods and go look at the forest. So I'll offer that up.
And so really what I'm hearing is tours are really valuable. And it sounds like, having them in some way in conjunction with an offsite is typically a good thing, because it gets us to a new place and gets us out looking at things there. But also to Dave's invitation just now, to the extent that there are informal opportunities, or even perhaps 1 or 2 formal opportunities through the year to create just a board tour for a specific topic, potentially for an item before consideration of the board. We might look at that to kind of decouple. It does get to be very logistically complex to have an offsite, a tour, and sometimes a social. We've done it, but is that a fair synopsis of the feedback?
I think it is. Yeah, I was also just wanting to promote the idea of kind of the unique organizations of the tour. Like, I like the idea of maybe you come out and you start with that, and then you do meeting time, and maybe you have a more focused tour with 2 stops instead of 5, because I do notice on a lot of tours I'm on, we spend a lot of time in the vans. So sometimes it's an hour to this place and then an hour back, and it's like, well, maybe that isn't the most efficient. Maybe that we could be more focused on our tours, even though it's great to see a lot of things. But if we want to combine that, and then it also makes the meeting time, maybe we're a little bit more efficient with that as well, and we're also not spending as much time sitting. And I don't know, I feel like, and then the lunch social, or just experimenting with some different things like that, I think is a great idea.
Yeah, I would echo that. The tours don't need to be a full day.
Yeah.
I mean, the 2 hours to Phoenix and back, to just down there would have been fascinating. So a short 1 stop wherever we are, that's still super valuable.
That's great. Just taking a look at some of the questions here. Yeah, I mean, Hillary, is there more feedback that you would like to to garner here. When I look at the, the specific agenda topics that came through the survey, it's going to be another busy year. That's on page 6. Hillary noted those are broken out by quarter. We definitely got a lot of stuff that we need to get before the board. So I know that we can anticipate that. And we'll try to identify particularly those offsites, I think, sooner rather than later so that y'all can get those on your calendars. Anything else missing or things folks want to discuss? Yeah.
Mike Wilson, for the record. So when some of the tour ideas around traditional ecological knowledge, and if there is a way to be in the field with the tribes, I wonder if there is a mechanism by which there can be a assembling of the board in that sort of space without it being public, if there's any way we could investigate to pull that off, because I think that might be a different conversation in a different space. And or if not, I mean, whatever. But I mean, we heard Brenda and I were talking last night to Jake Wills, right? Is that, yeah, about some work that they've been able to do and valuable stuff like that. But having an entourage there might not be great. I don't know.
Yeah, I know that's certainly a challenge, and that was one of the challenges that we tried to navigate with the meeting that we had yesterday. But to the point of being able to spend some time with a tribe on some tribal land, we've had several different offers, and so the opportunity is definitely there. And in my mind, that would be a priority for a tour in this next year. I'd really like to see us follow through on that.
Yeah, it certainly help with tribal relations if we ask for a tour focused on if we ask for a tour working with one of the tribes to learn about what they're doing and their knowledge would be good move. Yep.
Ryan, just a point of context. During the development of the draft BPM, the work group talked generally, and then as I recall, you and Hillary and Cal and I talked kind of offline together as well about codifying all this kind of discussion into a procedures document. I think we called it in the BPM, is just called the Agenda Development Procedures Document. It's pretty original title, but the idea is that we want to be able to speak to each of these kinds of decision points and come up with a meaningful approach that can be longer lasting. So, and that would include both the general discussion that you all just had about location and tours and topics and socials and all of that. But it also would include actual development of the agenda itself, the use of the kind of tools that Hillary is talking about. So all of that hopefully will come together.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know I think we had a meeting dedicated just to kind of talking that through. And I know we've got sort of a draft plan. It's actually printed out sitting on my desk. We'll make sure that we don't lose track of it.
Right.
For what that might look like.
Yeah. And I think the intent is that once the board adopts the BPM, then those procedure documents can take form and, again, optimistically be something that can be approved by the board later in next year for the future.
Well, if there's no other comments or feedback, and Hillary, unless you have any other questions to ask, I think we ought to call it good. I really appreciate that discussion. And yeah, Ben.
Just one closing thought. I think the BPM hasn't been finalized yet, but a huge round of thanks to you two in particular, and Cal and all your staff for putting together a phenomenal year's worth of meetings, tours, socials, the works. It was fantastic. You guys put a ton of work into it. So
It really was.
Really appreciate that. And it is a huge team effort. It comes, right down to the district level as well. You've seen down here, Dave's had a number of folks here and they're helping us out behind the scenes. And I don't want that to be lost either. But thank you.
Okay, that's the end on that topic. I'm not sensing a whole lot of energy in the room. And our last we've agreed at these meetings to have an opportunity for final thoughts based on our time together, both yesterday and today. So we've got an opportunity, but I do feel like we're kind of like that wind-up toy that's not quite able to make that next step. And with that, any wisdom?
Well, Chandra's not gonna chime in. I mean, Chandra did have the placeholder of what do we, where to from here from yesterday's conversations with the board, with the tribes. And there was a great session yesterday afternoon. It was very valuable. And I want to, and I think maybe this goes to Cal, to you and your team, to make sure we honor that meeting, those meetings we had yesterday with follow-up, and that we're meeting our consultation obligations and following up on that consultation with actual collaboration and work, and that this is the beginning of a lot more conversations. And so yeah, I'm excited to see that unfold.
Yeah, what I expect is that we should have a summary of what we heard. We have the scribes, Reno's one of them, and bring that information together, get a summary. I also, from the one I participated in, there's the big C consultation that needs to occur. Although we're going to get guidelines from the governor's office at some point, but I think we need to start thinking about planning visits with councils across the state. 9 visits. It's kind of like the WUI map. I mean, not, but and then I think included in that big C consultation included a couple of board members that could come on those. And so there's your chores for the year. Anyway.
Jim, I just want to thank you all for coming to the beautiful Rogue Valley and spending your time here, and Hillary and Dave and all who put together. Thanks for including us and the planning early on and taking all our input. So thanks much.
Thank you, Liz, for arranging the great weather. Sounds like we may get out there and enjoy just a tiny bit of it. That would be great. Any other final comments? Anybody at all? Thank you all, and really appreciate it. I appreciate getting out of here a little early. All right, take care. All right, we are adjourned.